electing a Democratic incumbent in 1996, but I appreciate your comment.
The C-SPAN Viewer Call-In, bringing you more than a decade of dialogue. Short Subject is a weekly 10-minute educational video produced by C-SPAN for use with junior and senior high school students. It helps explain the inner workings of government and public affairs. Short Subject brings important issues to life, adding immediacy to stimulate class discussion. Short Subject on C-SPAN, Mondays at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time.
Coming next, we return to Capitol Hill for the afternoon portion of Monday's session of the Senate Select Committee on POW MIA Affairs hearings. The committee is listening to participants and other first-hand witnesses to America's efforts to account for its missing servicemen during peace negotiations with North Vietnam. As members convene for the afternoon session, they will hear from Winston Lord, National Security Council member from 1965 to the end of the war in 1973, George Aldrich, legal advisor to the State Department during that period, and Peter Rodman, staff with the National Security Council from 1969 to 77. Later in the afternoon, the group heard from Vernon Walters, Deputy Director of the CIA for 4 years from 1972 to 76, and from retired General Alexander Haig, who was National Security Advisor and former Secretary of State.
Well, the hearing will come to order. Not that it was in disorder, but I said we would start at 1:30 punctually. We're a couple minutes late, but I thought we ought to get going, notwithstanding that not all my colleagues are here. Gentlemen, we appreciate very much all of you taking the time to come. This is a distinguished assemblage of significant foreign policy talent and long-term expertise, and we are very happy to be able to gather you all under one roof at one moment and receive your testimony on this issue. Before I swear you in, I want to make a couple of comments, and I think it is very important. I make these for the public that is listening, and I make it for the record, and I particularly make it for the press. Throughout this issue, whenever there is talk or testimony of evidence that someone was alive at a certain point in time and known to be a prisoner, you have to remember that the date that person was taken prisoner may be a number of years distant from the date of Operation Homecoming. So you could, in fact, have a person known to be a prisoner in 1966 or 67 or 68, where the government last knew that person to be a prisoner, but in fact, there was no full gathering of information or no accounting until 1973. Clearly, that required that that person survived 6 years of captivity, movement in country, bombings, disease, torture, all of the other things that took place. So I really think it is terribly important in these deliberations that there not be a sensationalism created inadvertently or in some cases purposefully. This committee has uncovered evidence, and there is testimony, and we have publicly talked about a certain number of people who were last known to have been alive or in captivity. We do not have evidence that says to this committee beyond any doubt or even clear and convincing that those same people were in fact alive in 1975, 6, 7, 8, or whatever. There is some evidence suggesting they might have been. and the committee must evaluate that. So what is really at issue, at least as far as this senator is concerned, is the question of accountability, of the process by which we made some judgments about that accountability. But the committee does not have evidence that 133 people were positively alive in 1977 or 78. And that must be understood. There is a distinction that must be drawn carefully. Now, the committee did have evidence of some 244 cases where we thought at the time of homecoming there were legitimate and serious questions. 111 of those were accounted for by returning prisoners themselves, who said, yes, so-and-so was in prison, he died. And subsequently, many of those remains have been returned. That brings you down to the 133 the committee talked about, which is only 2 different from the 135 that General Vesey talks about. But General Vesey himself would say that on his list of 135, he cannot say conclusively that they were alive in the late 1970s or 1980s. That is a judgment the committee is going to have to make based on other evidence that is before the committee. I repeat, there is some evidence suggesting it, and that is evidence the committee must evaluate. So I hope this clarifies where we are, and I will repeat this probably again tomorrow and hereafter, because I think it's terribly important to understand it. Now, that does not abbreviate the seriousness of the questions with respect to accountability or what we did or didn't know at the time of homecoming and so forth. Now, if I could ask our distinguished panel to stand so I could swear everybody in simultaneously, I would appreciate it. If you'd raise your right hands. Do you swear each and individually to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I think we're going to begin in the order in which everybody is lined up from my left, so you'll proceed from your right down to General Walters. And therefore, Mr. Lord, if you would lead off with your opening statement, if you have one, we would appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to my depositions, I've submitted to the committee written responses to some specific questions that you and the Vice Chairman of the committee sent me, and I assume those will be part of the record. If it's useful, I'll just read a few excerpts of what I think perhaps the most salient points in what I have submitted, if that's agreeable.
That would be fine.
And this will be in staccato form and really quite brief. First, on the negotiations themselves, from the very outset, a satisfactory resolution of the POW-MIA issues was a sine qua non of our position. We made clear in every verbal or written presentation of our ideas for a settlement that a return of all our men held captive and accounting for the missing was a non-negotiable part of any agreement. Because of our firm position, I do not recall much time being spent on this issue in our talks with the North Vietnamese until the fall of 1972 when the breakthrough occurred. Until then, there was little to discuss because we refused to budge in our insistence that all POWs be returned as an integral part of the accord and no later than the completion of our withdrawals. The major problem on this issue during the final stages was the North Vietnamese attempt to link the return of our prisoners with the return of Vietnamese held by the Vietnamese sides. We absolutely refused to do this because of the problems of identifying Vietnamese prisoners as distinct from criminals and the likely delays as bitter enemies dragged their feet. A major accomplishment of the final agreement was to separate these two issues so that our men would return within 60 days while the Vietnamese sides would try and resolve their prisoner question as soon as possible, but with a target of 90 days, i.e. after all our people were out. Resolution of the POW-MIA issue, together with a ceasefire, troop withdrawals, and international supervision, was the core of our position. We insisted on a military solution only, refusing for years to yield to the North Vietnamese demand that we dictate the political future of South Vietnam, including the overthrow of the Thieu government and the installation of a coalition government. On October 8, 1972, they finally caved on this question, and the final agreement contained only superficial political elements. This was a major achievement of our negotiating efforts, keeping the POW issues inter alia separate from political issues. It also gave the South Vietnamese a chance to determine their own future. It was never possible to achieve this before the fall of 1972. As for Cambodia and Laos, we pressed throughout for a release of all prisoners held throughout Indochina. In the final stages, the North Vietnamese stated that there were no prisoners in Cambodia, and they undertook to arrange through the Pathet Lao for a release of men held in Laos. Now, a brief comment, Mr. Chairman, on the economic aid question which has come up. President Johnson first broached the principle of providing post-war aid to Indochina, including North Vietnam, as part of our historic tradition of seeking to rebuild and normalize relations with our enemies once the conflict had ended. We incorporated this principle in our successive draft proposals for an agreement as an incentive to Hanoi to reach a settlement and to honor its implementation. Our projected aid was always for all of Indochina, including our allies. The North Vietnamese sought to label the aid reparations, which we refused. We always insisted that our aid offer was a unilateral gesture to heal the wounds of war and was not tied to any other issue, most assuredly not the POW issue. The North Vietnamese always pressed for aid as part of an agreement and an obligation on our part, and for propaganda purposes portrayed it as such. Finally, Mr. Chairman, some subjective views that were asked for in your questions. I believe the final agreement was the best possible one at the time, given the mood in America and the pressures on the U.S. side. It was a far better deal than almost anyone on the American scene thought possible, and than almost all of Congress and the media, and certainly the demonstrators, were calling for. It is unfair retrospectively to forget the atmosphere of the times in evaluating the agreement today. It is unfair to examine our maximum positions during the course of the negotiations and complain that they were not all realized in the end. By definition, any agreement had to be a compromise and reflect the realities of both the battlefield and American domestic support. All of these considerations apply specifically to the POW-MIA issue as well. The return of prisoners went off without a hitch. Clearly, the MIA issue turned out to be unsatisfying and agonizing. I believe very strong efforts were made to obtain a fuller accounting after the exchange of the lists. The President, in the end, decided not to scuttle the agreement and resume the war over the MIA question. It was a very difficult decision. I believe then it was a correct one. I believe that still. We did not have conclusive proof, and the chairman has just pointed out the context of the evidence, although we had strongly suggestive intelligence that the lists were incomplete. The American society would have blown apart if the President overturned the agreement and resumed the fighting. It is doubtful that Congress would have supported such a policy. Indeed, it would probably have prevented it. Our remaining prisoners who are on the lists would not have returned. More Americans and Vietnamese and allies would have been killed and captured. Finally, a personal note. In hindsight, many today are criticizing Dr. Kissinger. Now, he can assuredly take care of himself, and I'm sure he will tomorrow. And on some issues, it is well known I have my own differences with him. Let me state clearly, however, the following. I worked the longest and closest with him on the Vietnam negotiations. I witnessed his dedicated, brilliant, and heroic efforts. He earned and deserved the Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ambassador Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senator Smith, Senator Dashley, I don't have any written statement, but I'd like to say a few words. First, I'd like to applaud the creation and the establishment of this committee. It seems to me that the issue of POWs and MIA has become one of the most frustrating, vexing, and agonizing issues in the residue of the Vietnam War. And I think that your objective to produce a comprehensive and definitive report which will attempt to sort the facts from the myth and which will bring to the American public as complete accounting as you can make of this measure is something that will be a great service to the country. The torment, the cruel agony that the POW/MIA families have suffered during all this time as a result of absence of information, of conflicting information, and indeed of some misinformation, some of it innocent, but some of it deliberately misleading, has certainly a great torment for them in all this period. So I hope when you produce your report, or when you get to producing your report, even if you have differences among yourselves or among your staff and cannot make definitive findings, that you will, in those areas when you cannot agree, produce all the facts that you can and leave it up to the American public to be able to make their own decisions on the basis of informed information. I have given, as you know, Mr. Chairman, 2 days of deposition to your staff. I unfortunately did not receive these issues which were sent to my address in Mexico, and I guess I was traveling because I've been traveling for the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I received them all only this morning, so I have no comparable statement of the sort that Ambassador Lord just read. Let me say, however, that I am prepared to do the best I can from my memory, which is not as keen as it was 20 years ago, and also on facts which took place 20 to 25 years ago, and hope that I can be helpful this morning, or this afternoon, in your service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Aldrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senators, I think I should begin by explaining briefly what my involvement was in the Paris negotiations. From 1965 until 69, I was the Assistant Legal Advisor in the Department of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs. And from 1969 to 1977, I was Deputy Legal Advisor of the Department. In those capacities, I was understandably involved in all the issues concerning the application of the laws of war in the conflict in Indochina, and of course in particular in our efforts to improve the treatment of our men who had been captured by the enemy. In that connection, I went to the International Red Cross conferences in 1965 and 1969 with Ambassador Martin to promote resolutions trying to put pressure on the North Vietnamese. We did a number of other things. We tried very hard to get a protecting power to look after our prisoners. We were unsuccessful because the North Vietnamese simply wouldn't agree. I made several visits to South Vietnam, including in 1967, an inspection of prisoner of war camps operated by the Republic of Vietnam to try to ensure that our ally respected the Geneva Conventions, even if the North did not, as another effort to put pressure on the other side. Of course, I also did what I could as a lawyer to suggest possible approaches to ending the armed conflict, working first with Governor Harriman and subsequently with Ambassadors Lodge, Habib, and Sullivan. I spent the summer of 1969 in Paris as legal advisor to Ambassador Lodge. But of more interest directly at the moment, my involvement in the final negotiating effort began only in late October 1972, when Ambassador Sullivan informed me that secret negotiations had taken place between Dr. Kissinger and the North Vietnamese, and showed me the text of the draft agreement as it stood at that time. Ambassador Sullivan asked me in strict confidence and on behalf of Dr. Kissinger whether I thought that some more detailed provisions would be necessary or useful. After careful review, I concluded, I suppose as I was expected to conclude, that more detailed provisions were desirable, particularly with respect to the terms of reference of the International Commission of Control and Supervision, the definition of the ceasefire, the functions of the joint military commissions, and the return of prisoners. I proceeded at that point to draft 3 agreements, which we call protocols, to carry out these suggestions. In Paris, I waited simply in the wings until Dr. Kissinger decided to introduce the draft protocols in the negotiations, which, if I remember correctly, was sometime late in November of 1972. Several weeks later, the North Vietnamese responded with their counter-proposals, and I was invited for the first time to a negotiating session, which was at that point the last one between Dr. Kissinger and Le Duc Tho in December of '72. I remained in Paris, and Ambassador Sullivan, Ambassador William Porter, and I then had several meetings which I have to describe as utterly useless with the North Vietnamese, who refused to discuss the draft protocols in any detail, and then suspended our talks after the beginning of B-52 raids on Hanoi. But on New Year's Day, 1973, Ambassador Sullivan and I returned to Paris and entered immediately into daily and intensive negotiations with the North Vietnamese delegation led by then Deputy Foreign Minister and later Foreign Minister Nguyen Co Thach. These negotiations lasted nearly 3 weeks and were devoted entirely to the protocols, including, I might add, a 4th protocol on the clearance of mines. During the week in January that Dr. Kissinger and Le Duc Tho also met, Ambassador Sullivan and I continued the parallel negotiations on the protocols. The texts of these protocols were finally completed only in a day or two, I think, before they were initialed by Dr. Kissinger and Le Duc Tho on January 23, 1973. To the best of my memory, the protocol negotiations that we put in during those 3 weeks devoted much more time to the definition of the ceasefire and the terms of reference of the several commissions than they did to the prisoners and missing in action. Nevertheless, the protocol on captured and missing personnel added, I think, a number of significant undertakings to those which are found in the agreement itself. You'll recall that Article 8 of the agreement provided succinctly in paragraph A that complete lists of all captured military personnel and foreign, that is, non-Vietnamese civilians, would be exchanged when the agreement was signed. That these military and civilian captives would be returned, although it didn't say to whom they would be returned, simultaneously with the withdrawal of U.S. and Allied military personnel, and that the return would be completed within the same 60-day time period. In paragraph B of Article 8, it also required the parties to cooperate in accounting for those who were missing and in the repatriation of the remains of the dead. In implementation of those basic obligations of the agreement, the protocol added the following relevant and, I think, useful undertakings. First, it provided that all captured military and civilian personnel of the United States and its allies were to be returned to United States authorities. Second, it provided that the rate of return could be no slower than the rate of withdrawal of U.S. and Allied forces. In other words, the prisoners couldn't all be kept behind until the last day. Third, it provided that the return of the personnel was to be carried out at places convenient to the concerned parties, which were to be agreed upon by the 4-party Joint Military Commission. We had tried to get agreement in advance. That was, I think, for various reasons unacceptable to the other side, but the assurance that it would be convenient and it would be mutually agreed upon provided us the assurance that they would not be turned loose in the jungle or other places where they could not be adequately cared for. Fourth, the protocol required the parties to ensure the safety of the personnel engaged in the return and reception of captured personnel. Fifth, it provided, most importantly, that return could not be denied or delayed for any reason, including the fact that captured persons may have been prosecuted or sentenced. This was particularly important given the fact that North Vietnam, as with all of the other communist countries, had a reservation to the relevant article of the Geneva Conventions that required persons to remain prisoners of war even if they were tried and convicted of crimes. And since North Vietnam had made many accusations that American pilots were all guilty of war crimes, it was important to get in the agreement something that said, even if you consider the person a criminal, even if you tried him, even if you sentenced him, he must be returned. 6, humanitarian treatment of captives was required prior to their return, and visits to places of captivity by Red Cross personnel was to be agreed upon within 15 days. Again, we would have preferred to have that agreed upon in the agreement. It was not possible. 7th, the responsibility of the four-party Joint Military Commission to ensure joint action by the parties was defined in the protocol to include the agreement on modalities of return, the observation of the return by joint military teams, and in Article 10 of the protocol, accounting for the missing dead persons. This four-party Joint Military Commission responsibility, if you look at the protocol on the ceasefire, where the powers of the four-party commission are defined, included the right of the commission to go to whatever places were necessary to carry out its obligations. And it was a clear understanding that when the four-party Joint Military Commission otherwise went out of business at the end of the 60-day period, there would be a four-party joint military team remaining in effect in place for the purpose of carrying out the accounting for the missing in action and the return of remains. 8th, the responsibility of the International Commission with respect to the return of captured personnel was defined to include the observation of the return and the investigation of any violations of the protocol. And finally, the text of the protocol was required to be given to each prisoner within 5 days after the signature of the agreement and protocol. I should add that during the negotiations, I was informed that among the so-called secret understandings that had been reached in the Kissinger-Toh meetings, there was one in which North Vietnam assured us that, quote, all U.S. military and civilian prisoners detained in Laos shall be released no later than 60 days following the signature of the agreement, end quote. It must be noted, however, as I know the committee has already done, that the only reference in the Vietnam Agreement itself to Laos is found in the very general undertakings of Article 20 of the agreement. General, important, but general. Consequently, the obligations of the agreement and the protocols concerning the accounting for the missing and the location and repatriation of the remains of the dead did not clearly extend to Laos. Although, if you look at the text of Article 8 itself, it doesn't contain an explicit limitation to Vietnam either. While Article 5 of the subsequent Laotian ceasefire agreement contained some undertakings of this kind with respect to accounting, the United States, of course, was not a party to that agreement. And it's clear that the four-party Joint Military Commission in Vietnam, which had the responsibility there for accounting, had no jurisdiction to operate in Laos. We pursued the matter of accounting for those who were missing in a series of negotiations in Paris during April, May, and June of 1973. As before, some of these negotiating sessions involved the participation of Dr. Kissinger and Le Duc Tho, while others were between Tak and Sullivan. I believe that I attended all of those sessions, although, as usual, there were a few, of course, private conversations between the two delegation leaders. These sessions culminated in a four-party joint communique that was signed on June 13, 1973. The communique included an agreement that, quote, any captured personnel covered by Article 8A of the agreement, that is, military personnel and non-Vietnamese civilians, who have not yet been returned shall be returned without delay and in any event within no more than 30 days, end quote. The communique also stated, quote, in conformity with Article 8B of the agreement, the parties shall help each other to get information about those military personnel and foreign civilians of the parties missing in action, to determine the location and take care of the graves of the dead so as to facilitate the exhumation and repatriation of the remains, and to take any such other measure as may be required to get information about those still considered missing in action. For this purpose, frequent and regular liaison flights shall be made between Saigon and Hanoi, end quote. In his press statement on the same day that the communique was signed, that is June 13, 1973, Dr. Kissinger said that, quote, all sides have pledged that they would make major efforts to help each other to account for the missing in action throughout Indochina, and this is a matter which is of great concern to the United States. That statement, with its reference to throughout Indochina, was made pursuant to an understanding with Le Duc Tho that North Vietnam was obligated to assist the United States in this matter with the Pathet Lao, and that the United States could so state publicly. It was my view at the time, Mr. Chairman, and continues to be my view today, that in these negotiations, we succeeded in obtaining provisions that required the return of all of our captured personnel and serious and continuing efforts to account for the missing and to locate the remains of the dead. To the extent that these provisions were not carried out, the causes, I believe, are to be found in the general breakdown of the settlement, particularly in the reluctance of the Vietnamese parties to respect the ceasefire and the national reconciliation provisions, the failure, the inability to achieve a mutual ceasefire in Cambodia, while the United States ceased its involvement pursuant to U.S. legislation. Our consequent inability to offer North Vietnam the benefits, the carrot, if you will, of economic aid and normalization of relations, and of course the consequences of the unfolding scandal called Watergate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Judge. Appreciate it. Mr. Rodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not submit a prepared statement. I have the list of questions that the committee submitted to me, and I'm prepared to answer those questions as they come up in the hearing or in any other way the committee prefers. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the committee for the courtesy with which they dealt with me during the deposition process and in every other respect, and I'd like to commend the committee for the fairness and the seriousness with which it's going about this inquiry. But I also would like to associate myself unreservedly with what Winston Lord said at the beginning about the choices that the country faced at that time, about the good faith of the people in our government who were facing those choices, and most particularly about Henry Kissinger. I have a personal association with Henry Kissinger that goes back 29 years, and I was privileged to get involved in some portion of this Vietnam drama as it was reaching its climax. And I have to say I absolutely agree with Winston about I've never seen a public servant working with such passion and such dedication and such moral conviction in the service of his country. He was determined to end this war in a way that would bring the country together. And he was also determined to try to end the war through negotiation. As you may know, he was almost alone at the high levels of the administration in believing that a negotiated outcome was possible or desirable. The other option we had was Vietnamization, or at least the other option being considered was to pull our troops out gradually and let the chips fall where they may. But Dr. Kissinger believed that a negotiated outcome was achievable and that it was preferable. And one of the reasons for his opinion was precisely that only if there were a negotiated outcome did we have a prospect of getting our prisoners back or have any decent chance for an accounting for our missing. Let me stop there. I appreciate the chance to say this, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodman. General or Ambassador, what do you prefer?
Sir, only the general is paying me a pension.
Okay. General,
My position is that political appointees should not carry the title into retirement. Only career Foreign Service officers who spent their lives earning it.
well, we'll call you General.
I have not prepared a specific statement. I would just like to outline what my connection with this whole problem was. I was the military attaché in Paris. I'd been in Vietnam. I was transferred from being military attaché in Brazil to military attaché in France, and I felt that I would be ridiculous in France, coming from the cocktail parties of Rio de Janeiro to the cocktail parties in Paris, unless I went to Vietnam, where the whole U.S. Army was involved. And in France, the whole French Army had, not the whole French Army, but all the officers in the French Army. They could not send the conscripts to Vietnam, but the officers went many times and served many tours. So I persuaded the Army to let me go to Vietnam for a short time, which they did, in order to give me credibility to discuss these things with the French. This was a very difficult time of French-American relations. We were evacuating the bases in France at the request of General de Gaulle, and I felt there was a gold mine of French information on Vietnam, which there turned out to be. In France, the French made copies of everything and sent one copy to Paris, and it was available there if you wanted it. By checking the buying of French maps of Indochina, we could get some information as to where the next offensive might be. They were rather imprudent. They'd go and buy big batches of things from the French Negro. But anyway, Dr. Kissinger came in one day and told me he wanted me to act as the messenger in dealing with them. And I went with him on that first occasion to the apartment of the last French High Commissioner in Vietnam, where we met with them. And it was agreed that this channel would be opened, and they would let us know when. And thereafter, for a period of about 2 years, my job was to arrange meetings with them on the instructions of Dr. Kissinger, or they would call me and say they wanted to see him. And some of the people at this table I had to smuggle into France at regular intervals, because the Vietnamese had been very adamant that if any publicity was given to these negotiations, they would break them off at once. And smuggling Henry Kissinger into France was not an easy job, if I may say so, Mr. Chairman. We arranged for a number of meetings. My job was to arrange the meeting and generally to translate. There was a rather curious setup. Most of them spoke French. They'd all been to French high schools in Vietnam. But I would translate what Dr. Kissinger said into French. The Vietnamese interpreter would then translate it into Vietnamese. They would reply, and he, who spoke perfect English, would then translate back into English, and I was not involved in the Vietnamese-English process. I did this until, I guess, about the end of March 1973, when I returned to the United States and became Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, where I watched the situation in Vietnam, obviously, but my connection was not immediate with it. The Director generally, and I served under 4 of them during this period, Mr. Helms, Dr. Schlesinger, Mr. Colby, and President Bush. One of the things that struck me in dealing with the Vietnamese was their insistence that these prisoners were not prisoners. They were war criminals and should be handled as such. They refused to consider applying the Geneva Convention to them. I was interested in this question, and it was always one of the top questions in dealing with them. I would say our #1 priority was to stop the war without surrender. And the #2 priority was to get these prisoners back. The Vietnamese knew this and used it for all it was worth. I wrote a book some years ago, and I reported Le Duc Tho once looked at Dr. Kissinger and said, "I don't know why I'm negotiating anything with you. I have just spent 6 hours with a very senior member of the Senate, and your anti-war people will force you to give me what I want." And I must say that was one of Dr. Kissinger's great days. He said, "Dr. Le Duc Tho, you are a representative of one of the most tyrannical governments on earth. You know nothing about an opposition. You do not understand it. Leave discussions of an opposition to those who tolerate an opposition like we do." Le Duc Tho giggled embarrassedly, but he was obviously set back. But this was their position. These people are not prisoners of war in the classical sense. They are war criminals who have committed crimes against the people. They knew how much we wanted to get these prisoners back, and this is one of their principal items of leverage. And we simply, in the state of changing public opinion in the United States, did not have that much leverage. I can't remember how many times I've been trying to go through my diaries and find out, but I must have met with them 25, 35, 40 times. That sometimes be breaks for several months in negotiations. And then from one side or the other, someone would say, well, let's talk again. And my job was to arrange that. It was not easy to do. I'd been instructed to inform no one of these negotiations, and I myself had to decipher by one-time pad the messages from Dr. Kissinger. That is an extremely tedious job. It's also a very difficult and time-consuming one, and I used to say that I was the highest paid code clerk in the United States defense establishment. I would generally get my instructions at 7 o'clock in the evening, at midnight, and I would spend the whole night deciphering the message and giving it to them in the morning. This also developed into a relationship with the Chinese subsequently, and I, in my own mind, to keep them separate, to know who was this Oriental voice calling me, we decided that with the Vietnamese it would be Andre, and with the Chinese it would be Jean. And this went on for an extremely long time. I had no part or no information about what was going on. I got no bulletins or anything else other than were generally distributed to the attachés, but I had no particular intelligence on this. However, as I said, I was interested. I checked with the French. The French were very opposed to what we were doing in Vietnam at that time. General de Gaulle was. And he did not want French opinion to know what an enormous percentage of the French prisoners known to have been captured at Bien Bien Phu never came back to France. It was a very large figure. It's somewhere around 30 or 40%. That they knew that the fortress surrendered, and they knew these men were not abandoned in the jungle or anything. They had been actually taken over. There was a very interesting book that I read when I was there at that time called The Priest and the Commissar, about the interrogation of this priest by a North Vietnamese prisoner of war interrogator, that shed quite a lot of light on the way these people acted and behaved. It's very difficult for me to get out of the French the statistics which I have just mentioned. They had apparently been instructed not to make them public because they were afraid of the impact in France. One of the things that attenuated a little bit was the war in Vietnam. The French could not send conscripts. They could send officers, but they could not send conscripts, and they sent a lot of Foreign Legion soldiers. The French Foreign Legion, which is roughly 50% French in composition, is not all foreign, sustained 11,000 dead in Vietnam, which population statistics taken into consideration is roughly the same amount of casualties that we did per population. They told me that they had a number of people who, some were French and some were not, who had married local girls and settled down there and stayed and did not wish to return. They didn't give me any statistics on that of how many there were, but there were some of those cases. They said they were a very cold-blooded bunch of people, and they really believed that they killed the majority of the people who were taken at Dien Bien Phu. They had a lot of information about the Vietnamese. I got a lot of information about the early life of Le Duc Tho and Xuan Thuy and the other people we were negotiating. One of them had been in jail for stealing money from a drugstore he worked for, and things like that were of some use. But I must say that I share what Mr. Lord and Mr. Rodman have said about the extraordinary patience under provocation of Henry Kissinger. The extraordinary, I said in the book I wrote, I sometimes found I disagreed with him, but when I tried to think who could do the job better, no name came immediately to mind. And he was terribly conscious of the pressure of public opinion and the pressure from the Congress. One of the things he repeated to me all the time was, we have to try and achieve something before Congress gives the farm away. And my own conviction was that they wanted to use the prisoners simply as leverage to get what was tantamount to surrender in the end, and they didn't quite get that, not in that form. When I came back to the United States and became Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, obviously I followed this to some extent. It was in the time when Dr. Schlesinger was deputy. I don't think I can contribute much that he did not contribute about what he knew while Director of CIA. I do know the questions that were asked, and I would be happy, Mr. Chairman, to try and answer the questions from any senator might wish to pose me.
Thank you very much, General. Let me just make a couple of comments before I begin my questioning. And let me, by way of these comments, send a message from the committee and the chairman to Dr. Kissinger before he comes tomorrow. I listened to a number of appropriate support statements and praiseworthy comments regarding Dr. Kissinger. I haven't heard any member of this committee say anything about Dr. Kissinger. I haven't heard any member of this committee or anyone in this committee to date publicly attack Dr. Kissinger. I don't think he needs any defense. I have done enough reading in the last months that I wish I had been enrolled at a university and was getting an advanced degree, because I've learned more about the negotiating process than I ever knew. And I think Dr. Kissinger worked under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. Certainly, as one who was a vocal opponent of the war, I'm not about to forget those times, nor, I think, are several of my colleagues here who fought in the war, nor are we capable of forgetting those times. They were tortuous for this country. And there are many, many different reasons that Dr. Kissinger labored under difficult circumstances, not the least of which, I might add, was the election of 1968 and the platform on which he ran, and the entire premise with which this nation, as of 1968 and 69, were approaching our involvement in Vietnam. I recognize brilliance where there is brilliance, and there was brilliance in the course of those negotiations. There certainly was determination and perseverance. That doesn't mean that it's perfect or without problems, or that there weren't oversights, or that there weren't pressures succumbed to, or that there weren't hurdles that even for somebody of the size of Dr. Kissinger in intellect and prowess, that they couldn't necessarily be overcome. And that's what this committee is trying to understand. I think it was Ambassador Lord who said, you know, we can't second guess every aspect of it. I personally am not here to revisit the early meetings with Le-Duc Do and to discuss whether we could have gotten out earlier or later or better or worse. I'm here to talk about POW, MIA, and what we knew about that and how that issue figured into these negotiations, and perhaps some larger issues about the negotiations and how they may have impacted our ability to get the full accounting that we sought. Now, that is where the committee's coming from, and I am quite confident we can do that without a breakdown in our own dialogue here. One of the great strengths of this country is that 5 distinguished public servants can sit here 20 years after the fact and answer these questions with candor, and this committee can ask them, I hope, with sensitivity. I don't want this to be confrontational. It's not meant to be. No member wants it to be. But 20 years later, folks, you know as well as I do that we are here because, for better or worse, the intentions we sought in 1973 have yet to be fulfilled. We don't have a full accounting. And so we need to explain to our citizens who elect us and who we represent in the greatest democracy on the face of this planet, we need to answer their questions, and that's why we're here, and that's why you're here. So without further ado, let me try to shed light on that, and I hope you will feel I'm not second-guessing larger issues, many of which, incidentally, would make a fascinating debate, and it would be a wonderful forum, and we could have an extraordinary time talking about that process. But let's focus on POW. Ambassador Lord, when Dr. Kissinger went to Hanoi in February of 1973, it's my understanding that he brought with him information on discrepancy cases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I gather that he took with him a group of the most troubling cases, as we understood them then, where either Vietnamese propaganda or our own intelligence told us these people had been captives.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you stated to us, I gather, that he took along about 80 of these cases. Is that right?
Again, on this issue, like so many other, my memory's been refreshed both by rereading books and the deposition where I was shown documents, but that is now my recollection. Yes.
And these cases, to the best of your recollection, represented the strongest possibilities. They didn't represent all of them, but they were the strongest. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, Dr. Kissinger even showed photographs, I gather, of men who had been in captivity, and he demanded an explanation for that. Is that?
Yes.
And the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, so-called, said nothing, gave no response that was satisfactory. Is that accurate?
Well, I haven't reread the transcripts of the meetings completely, and I don't recall exactly, but obviously it was an unsatisfactory response. I don't exactly remember what they said. They had no information, or they may have said, we've given you everything we know, something to that effect, but certainly was unsatisfactory and not responsive.
And in fact, you left that meeting not really believing the Vietnamese. Is that correct?
But you were saying, I'm sorry?
Ambassador Sullivan, did you want to add something?
Well, my recollection is that they accepted, they made all the oral statements that Wynne has just mentioned, but they accepted the dossiers and said that they would study them and be back to us on them.
That sounds right, but I don't specifically recall.
Did they get back to you on them?
Not that I remember.
Remember?
Okay. And did you believe them when they said we don't have information on these people?
Well, it's very hard to believe the North Vietnamese on anything, having dealt with them for several years. So we never took things on trust. The answer is we were quite confident they must have some information, not necessarily that they had these people alive, but that they would know more about them than they had let us know. So we didn't trust them, no.
And in point of fact, this was February. They didn't respond even by June. Is that correct?
Well, as I made clear, I began to get away from the center of these issues sometime after that February trip, so I can't speak precisely up to the June period. But my understanding is others who were in these negotiations can be more authoritative. My understanding is they never responded satisfactorily.
Okay. Now, I recognize that most of you played roles that dealt with arriving at the agreement itself, though I think several of you had involvements thereafter. What I want to ask you, and I think you made this allusion to it in your opening comments, Mr. Ambassador, and you also said something about it in your deposition, and that is this question of this balancing that our government went through. And I wish, to me, that's central, I think, to helping us to understand this a little bit. What is your understanding of the way in which our government resolved the question of whether to reject the Vietnamese list because of the discrepancies, because we had this body of evidence, or whether to go ahead with the ceasefire and complete the withdrawals and so forth? Can you share with us your understanding of that tension and how it was resolved?
Again, 20 years, dulls precision and memory, but the best I can reconstruct it, the President faced the following agonizing choice, and I think reasonable people can disagree on whether he made the right one. I've made clear I think he did, and I still believe that. On the one hand, you have an agreement. The world, and particularly the American public and Congress, is ecstatic that this war is coming to an end, again, on a basis better than most people thought that was achievable at that point. We were about to get 591 men, I think was the number, back. The evidence on the discrepancies was strongly suggestive, very disturbing that the North Vietnamese had not provided as big a list, particularly on Laos. But there was never, as you yourself mentioned a little while ago, there wasn't one specific case where we had 100% proof that they actually had that person alive at that point. So the President was faced with this choice. We suspect the North Vietnamese generally, and beyond that, we had the specific incidents of these lists and the discrepancies. Do you hold up the entire agreement, say stop the withdrawals, resume the bombing, in order to get better satisfaction on that? Or do you go ahead knowing that if you tried to resume the bombing or stop the implementation, that there'd be a tremendous public outcry, that the Congress would probably not support this, that the 591 or wherever you were in that 2-month process of the people you were going to get back would be stopped from being gotten back because the agreement would have been torn up. More people might have been captured and killed. And therefore, based on all that, the President made what I thought was the right decision, not an easy one, that even though we strongly suspected we didn't have the full story, that others maybe were being left behind, we couldn't be sure. He felt on balance. He goes ahead with the agreement for the reasons I've stated, and then vigorously follow up continually on this question in the coming months. That, to me, is the context as I recall it.
Was there that vigorous follow-up in the following months?
Well, everyone will have their own views, and that's the purpose of your
What's
committee.
your view? Do you think there was?
My view, there certainly was while I was directly involved, but that, again, was only a few weeks after the agreement was signed.
See, the great problem here, and I know each and every one of you are smarter than us here and capable of seeing it without our explaining it to you, but the great problem here is that the balancing act was really in contradiction to our stated policy and even to our promises to the American people. The stated policy was the fullest possible accounting, wasn't it?
Yes.
But a balancing act that says we can't afford to start in order to get the fullest possible accounting is in effect throwing out the door the fullest possible accounting.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, your
Can't
own
afford to start?
description
I mean,
is
I'm
the
sorry.
president had to weigh. He had to weigh whether to press the issue and stop the withdrawals because of the hue and cry of the country, or continue it and try and get it elsewhere. He weighed it. You say you stand with that judgment.
Right.
In effect, there is no great subsequent evidence of a major effort to make an issue of the fullest possible accounting. Most of the families will tell you that they've been struggling with that for 20 years. That's why we're here. So in effect, after the agreement is signed, after 591 came home, as you said, there was the euphoria about 591, and that seems to have eclipsed the question of however many others there were.
Well, I think you've correctly stated there are two issues here. One was the right decision made, and I've given my views on that. There's a separate question, having been made, then was the other part of the equation fulfilled, namely a vigorous follow-up, and different people have different views. Clearly, the record is sufficiently unsatisfactory on this basis that you have a legitimate reason for inquiries, and reasonable people can disagree. I'm
let me
saying
ask
there
you
was a
this,
vigorous effort while I was involved, but I was only there, as I say, really to the Hanoi trip. I don't recall being directly involved much after that.
Before I cease my first round of questioning, you saw the evidence of those cases, did you not? The
Yes.
discrepancy cases?
Right.
There's no question in your mind, is there, that those represented legitimate questions of people who were held as a prisoner?
Absolutely.
So in effect, when we got out in January and the prisoners started coming home and the president said all the prisoners are on their way home, you knew that that couldn't be accurate based on the information you'd seen.
Well, I like the Secretary Laird said, I think one has to be careful in crafting of statements. And I think there are really two issues now you've identified. One was a vigorous effort made. The other one I think you're now edging into, which I do find troubling, and that is whether the public pronouncements were precise or misleading. And
There's a third issue. That's whether or not the American people were ever told, whether the Congress was ever told, we don't think they're giving us our people back.
Yeah.
Because I personally know of no one in this country who supported the notion that we would not complete that task.
Well, when I say public accounting, I would include that kind of consideration. I do think statements like the President's that was referred to this morning, or Mr. Shields that I've heard talk about, one has to look at the full context, even in those particular documents. I still haven't seen the full one from Mr. Shields.
We're going to try to do that, obviously. He's
because
coming in
individual sentences may be poorly phrased or badly misleading, but I think the whole document should be looked at.
I understand. In the case of the Shields statement, and I will cede after saying this, there were subsequent statements and there were exchanges between himself and Governor Clements and some documents that he wrote that in effect put it all in a context which the committee has in fact made part of the record here. But I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate the candor of the statement. I don't want to imply at all, and I repeat again, you know, there were difficulties then. This nation was not about to go back to war, probably, absent some extraordinary information. The question is whether that might have motivated people to make a different judgment. But it was a very difficult time, and we all understand that.
Let me just add, if I could, since you've been thoughtful enough to volunteer your statement, I will say something that my other colleagues have said that I didn't in my opening remarks, that I fully respect the purpose of this inquiry. I think given the agony of the families in this nation over this issue, we should continue to pursue it. I personally feel that our major ire should, of course, be directed at North Vietnam, that I think has been cynically using this issue. But you have every right, and I respect your motives and the spirit with which you're going about trying to understand whether we could have done a better job as a U.S. government. So I would like to record that as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Senator Smith.
Mr. Lord, if I could just pick up on that point, because I think it goes to the heart of what we're trying to do. Actually, there were two policies, one right after the other, with the same database, and I think this is why we're all here, and I appreciate your candor, and again, it's not to cast blame or anything, it's just to try to see through this thing. But, you know, the first policy was full accountability. Then there was a statement when the President said all the POWs are home, the policy then changed to everybody's home. All the POWs were home. But the database, the intelligence information that you had did not support that claim, as you've all said. So what we're trying to do is, or not you all haven't said that, but some have said it. What we're trying to do is see through that to try to understand, and I think the American people and certainly the families wrote an explanation as to why that was said and what the reasoning behind that was, and hopefully we'll get to that. Ambassador Sullivan, I got a lot of questions here, and I'm trying to do them as quickly as I can and with different people. But Ambassador Sullivan, you were in Hanoi during the three and a half hour meeting on those discrepancy cases that Senator Kerry just asked about. There were 20, I think if I understand, they didn't bring 80, but they brought 20 of the 80 or something to that, and they were supposed to go into those 20 in detail. Was that done, or were the cases just passed over to the Vietnamese? How did that process work?
I'm not sure that every one of them was gone into, Senator, but I can tell you it was more than just passing them over. For example, I do recall that one of the cases involved, I believe, a Navy Lieutenant Commander, Navy pilot, who had been shot down and had been photographed and used in a North Vietnamese propaganda photo. And Dr. Kissinger pulled that out, and we discussed this and used it as a sort of serious discrepancy which existed and therefore merited more study. And we went through, I would say, a half a dozen of them, but I don't think all.
I mean, you went right into the nitty-gritty.
Into the folders, and then at the point when they finally agreed, after having made all these disclaimers, that they would accept the dossiers and study them, then Dr. Kissinger handed them the whole point. Now, Winston was there and Peter was there, so maybe they have different recollections or additional recollections.
No, I'm sure generally you're correct, and I don't mean to be that specific on it, but I'm looking at a 6 February 1973 memorandum from Rear Admiral Daniel J. Murphy to the Secretary of Defense, in which we are providing, it says we are providing Ambassador Sullivan with 20 folders of men who we have reasonably hard information on that were taken prisoner but did not show up on any DRV or PRG lists. These will be used as examples by Ambassador Sullivan while in Hanoi to substantiate the U.S. claim that the lists provided are not correct. And I guess just to editorialize on that point, when that kind of data comes into the process and the statement is still made that all the POWs are accounted for, these are the kinds of questions that, to me, don't make sense. I mean, somebody has to answer to that, and I'm not saying that it's you. I mean, you took the data in there, and you know that you didn't get a satisfactory explanation. Now, we did get some explanation in years later, on the fact that some of these people died. But we did not get explanations at that time.
No, and Senator, my own experience immediately after that became somewhat turbulent, and my recollection of it is turbulent. I was nominated the ambassador to the Philippines in either late February or early March, and I removed myself from the Indochina process and literally physically went to the Philippine desk. However, then later when the ceasefire fell apart, I was called back in and I went out to Saigon, and then I discovered today on reading some papers that I was in Paris a couple of times that I didn't realize I was there. So it was a turbulent period, and I wasn't following in that time, and certainly up until now I'd never even been aware of the statement that has been quoted here so much today by President Nixon that all our POWs were home. I was not aware that that had been made, or if I was aware, I don't have any memory of it.
General Walters, let me jump over to you for a second. In 1976, before the Montgomery Commission, committee, excuse me, in Congress, Montgomery Committee, there were a commission, but there was also a committee. You testified on behalf of then CIA Director George Bush that there was no hard evidence. In fact, let me just read what you said. I would simply like to say that I regret that I cannot tell you that there is hard evidence that there are Americans alive in that area, meaning Laos. I would be very happy if I could. We can only speculate, but hard evidence there is not. And that you stated on the record. But in the submission, the documents that you submitted to the committee, which is in the report, this is what the document says that you submitted as an addendum to your comments. And I'm excerpting one part here. DIA reviewed its files on MIA cases and estimated they contained about 300 reports of sightings of American POWs alive in Laos. The Central Reference Service of CIA produced a listing of intelligence reports which concern PWs in Laos. From the titles, it is estimated that approximately 150 out of the 259 listed reports mentioned sightings of American PWs in Laos. The same reports are probably included in the DIA collection of some 300 reports. I can't understand the diversity, the difference, the dichotomy in those two statements.
Well, I find it difficult also, Senator, since we were all working from the same database. The idea that the CIA had its statistics and DIA had theirs and the services had theirs is not true. We all worked on the basis of the same data bank. When I was going up to testify before the Montgomery Committee, I asked what the facts were, and this is what I was told the facts were. However, understanding the difficulty of operating intelligence in a country like Laos, in any communist country, where you've got to have a local passport to move around from places, the idea that we could easily establish agents there and have them operate for us, it just isn't that easy. It's a great deal more difficult. This is a totally alien environment and culture. I believe what I said was that in Laos, they did not have them in organized places like the Vietnamese did. They moved them around from place to place, and you might have 2 or 3 people cited. I don't think the people that cited them knew their names.
The point is, it was evidence. And we've been debating this thing ad nauseum for 20 years about evidence. I say there is evidence. Frankly, I'll be very blunt about it. I think the evidence you had in 1973, and you submitted it to the policy people, and for whatever reason, which we're trying to find out, that documentation, which is referenced here in the addendum that you presented, was not listened to. I mean, you are talking here about following prisoners around. The previous witnesses testified about letters coming from POWs who were alive. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is I don't understand why, with that kind of documentation out there within the intelligence community, and both Dr. Schlesinger and Secretary Laird.
Can I just ask for my edification? What's the documentation?
Pardon me?
I'm just trying to follow the conversation. What is you're talking about the documentation that's out there? I just wanted to
Well, the documentation I just read, Mr. Chairman, right here. This is a document that was submitted in the DIA. I just read the
referencing the live sighting reports.
No, it's not referencing anything. It said DIA reviewed its files on MIA cases and estimated they contained 300 reports of sightings of American POWs alive in Laos.
Live sighting reports, right?
No, well, they said no, they're not live sighting reports. DIA reviewed its files and estimated they contained about 300 reports of sightings of American POWs alive in Laos, whether they're live sighting reports from somebody in Southeast Asia or whether that's DIA intelligence, we don't know. Doesn't say. But it says that the Central Reference Service of CIA produced a listing of intelligence reports which concern PWs in Laos from the titles. I'm not trying to pass judgment on the information. I'm just trying to say to you that it's the documentation that you submitted doesn't match the statement that you made to the committee. But what I'm trying to get at is, regardless of how we look at it now 20 years later, you can't, it's very difficult to find anybody in the intelligence community or the DOD who believed that that intelligence, a good bit of it anyway, wasn't valid. Mr. Schlesinger said point blank it was excellent, was the term he used. It was outstanding. It was very good stuff. And most of the people that I've talked to say the same thing. And all I'm saying to you is, I'm not, over an evolutionary period of time, I could say 20 years later, you could say it wasn't that good. But that's not what happened. It happened over a week. In this documentation on, as recently as March 23rd, 1973, was good. And then on March 29th, 1973, when Nixon said everybody's home, it was no good. And that just doesn't make sense, and nobody has answered that question for me.
If I may, Senator, different intelligence services give different evaluation and analysis of reports. You may have had some reports that were acceptable to one of the intelligence agencies as sound evidence, and to the other they weren't. And I think the discrepancy arises there, the idea that I think anybody would deliberately try to diminish the known number of people in captivity. I just have never met anybody in the years I've been in the government who would participate in anything like that.
I haven't either. I'm not saying anybody's diminishing it. I'm just saying that the information was passed on to the policy folks all the way up from the various intelligence collecting areas, including CIA and DIA and the other parts of DOD. That's all I'm saying. And it was, and basically, and there's still references. I mean, I just used one document. There are numerous references. My goodness, EC 47, Emmett K. There are sightings referenced. There's a reference to the committee, to the accord signed between the Pathet Lao and the Royal Lao to American POWs. I mean, there are numerous references long after the Paris Peace Accords are signed to American POWs in Laos based on intelligence. And all I'm saying is that that information didn't stay in the system as far as the comments made by President Nixon are concerned. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it. Either it was wrong and he knew it was wrong, or it was right and he ignored it. I mean, or he didn't know. I mean, there are three options.
As to the discrepancy, Senator, I think you'll find that most of the studies that go forward to the National Security County have footnotes by the various intelligence services, sometimes disagreeing with one another. That is not an unusual fact. Very often, one of the services would disagree with the evidence presented by the other and would so insert a footnote in the study going to the policymakers.
Yeah, my time's expired. I don't mean to debate it with you. I'm just saying that the terms that were used in the depositions that I read from Laird, from Dr. Schlesinger and others, were that he was characterizing the comments made by various people in the intelligence collecting area as anger, frustration, outrage. These were the terms that were used by those who were deposed for this committee and in some of their testimony in terms of why this information was not listened to. That's all I'm saying.
I presume that whatever I said before the Montgomery Committee was reported to them. One of them was my superior. I found no discrepancy with him. He did not challenge anything I had said.
This is clearly going to be one of the points the committee is going to have to deliberate on and debate. And we're going to have to sort it out as the next months go on. I listened very carefully to the summary of your statement. I'm not going to go back into it, but I heard you say to the Montgomery Commission in your quote, we don't have any hard evidence. Now, there's going to be a debate on this committee as to whether... What is hard? Well, there's going to be a debate, obviously, as to whether or not a live sighting report is hard evidence, and that's something we're going to reserve for later. But that will obviously be a bone of contention. Senator Daschle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to direct my questions to Mr. Aldrich, but I would like at the very beginning to offer an invitation to any other member of the panel who may wish to elaborate on the questions to just jump in. Mr. Aldrich, on the 24th of January of '73, Dr. Kissinger stated at his press conference that there were no secret understandings in the sense of secret commitments. he said that there were statements by each side of its intentions or interpretations of the agreement on which the other side might or might not choose to rely. How does that characterization fit your understanding of the force and effect of the secret agreements?
My view of it, Senator, is that that was probably an accurate description of the majority of the items on which were composed what was called the secret.
Closer, please.
Okay. It's probably an accurate statement of most of the secret understandings, the various individual ones. I do not agree that it would be an accurate statement of the North Vietnamese undertaking with respect to release of prisoners in Laos. I think that clearly was a commitment. And I suppose all I can say is Dr. Kissinger sometimes speaks without first getting advice of counsel.
Well, obviously, he had the opportunity to get that advice after the statement was made. You were there. Others were there. To your recollection, did somebody pursue that matter? That's a very important public pronouncement, probably equal in consequence in many respects to the pronouncement of the President a couple of months later. What advice, what counsel did you and others give him with regard to that statement, with regard to the need for clarification once it was made?
I think what we did as a follow-up was what we did in the spring in our discussions in Paris with Le Duc Tho, where we proceeded beyond that understanding.
I'm sorry, did you say in your discussions with Le Duc Tho?
Yes.
No, I may have misstated my question. What I'm asking is this was a public statement, really to the American people, as much as it was to anybody else. There was an understanding based upon that statement about these agreements and commitments. What clarification, what advice was there with regard to that understanding on the part of those who received it once it was made?
Well, I don't know that I had any further communication with Dr. Kissinger for some time. I did, in February, produce an interpretive memo, which I believe is in the committee's records, in which I listed a number of paragraphs as confidential or secret because they were recording the secret understandings. I had to do that so that the bureaucracy in the government would understand what the various commitments were. But I didn't go back and tell him he should have another press conference and state it differently.
Mr. Rodman, Mr. Lord, you were on the scene. Did you make any effort to do so?
Well, I think the substance of this, though, was not secret. I mean, it was our public position that the other side was committed to produce lists and release our prisoners throughout Indochina. So the fact that the North Vietnamese had said this to us privately, that they would work to this end, that's a question of the form of the communication. The fact is that was our public position, that we were expecting them and holding them accountable.
Mr. Rodman,
that's my recollection.
That wasn't the issue. Dr. Kissinger announced on the 24th that there were no secret agreements. And that was left unchallenged. No one came forth on his staff, in the administration, by the President, to clarify a fundamental mistruth.
I'm not sure
mistruth.
I'm not sure I understand why this had the consequences that you said a moment ago it had. I mean, I think the so-called understandings either were technical, as was said, or if they had substance, this was substance that was publicly known and were not a secret. I mean, I think he was saying that there was no private communication with the North Vietnamese that was in any way inconsistent or that added significantly to what we had disclosed about the substance of this whole agreement.
The secret agreements were not inconsistent with publicly stated policy?
Our position was we were expecting to get our prisoners released throughout Indochina, and a list throughout, and covered Laos as well. That was public, I believe.
Well, as Senator Kerry has indicated, we don't want to be accusatory or get into a debate here, but I think we could debate that point at length. Let me just ask, because I know we're limited on time, with regard to the protocol, and I go back again to Mr. Aldrich because he spent a good deal of his time articulating his interpretation of the protocol. Do you know why the agreement on MIAs in Article 8B was not covered in either in the secret agreement or the protocol as dealing with governments of Laos and Cambodia?
In January, you mean? Because it was covered in June.
That's right.
Yeah. I do not know. As I said at the outset, the agreement itself appears by and large to be limited to Vietnam, although it never, in Article 8B, it doesn't really say it's limited to Vietnam. The understanding, which had been negotiated, as had the agreement text before I was involved in the negotiation, the understanding with respect to release of prisoners in Laos spoke for itself. I made the point in my interpretive memo in February that the one thing that we were missing here in terms of a commitment with respect to prisoners in Laos was our own involvement in the accounting. In other words, the Laos ceasefire agreement between the Lao parties provided for an accounting, but we weren't a party to it. And we didn't have a mechanism such as the four-party joint military team to be directly involved in the accounting, and if we felt that was important, we would have to go and negotiate something, presumably with the Lao. That was not done, obviously.
If I could add something, Senator,
Yes.
this touches on the general problem we had with Laos and Cambodia negotiating this agreement. Hanoi wanted to maintain the fiction that it had no control over its friends in those other two countries, that they were sovereign governments. In retrospect, with respect to Cambodia, that turned out to be largely true. In fact, Vietnam invaded Cambodia a few years later, so they clearly didn't have control over the Khmer Rouge and some of the other elements, but they certainly had large control in Laos. So our dilemma was to try to make this agreement as airtight as we could throughout Indochina, including on the POW-MIA question, and we came up with, frankly, compromises that were not fully satisfactory, of unilateral statements and so on.
I'm out of time, Mr. Lord, but I must tell you, that is, I can't imagine that 20 years after the fact you could argue that this was an airtight attempt. I mean, how could we sign an agreement?
No, I said, excuse me, I didn't make myself clear. We airtight attempt over many years and months to get as good an agreement for the whole region as possible. We had to compromise in the course of the negotiations. We didn't get everything we wanted, including the Laos and Cambodian dimensions were clearly not as good as we would have liked. That's what I meant. Okay. No, the final agreement was certainly not airtight. I agree with you. Absolutely.
But what rationale did you have amongst the negotiators with regard to the justification for signing an agreement that doesn't include the MIAs in Laos and Cambodia? How could we rationalize that, knowing that they were there?
Well, we thought we had a commitment from the North Vietnamese in 2 or 3 different respects with respect to Laos. One was that we did expect to get a list through their good offices of the prisoners in Laos. They promised to try to help us get a ceasefire in Laos within a short period of time. So we were dealing with the party which clearly did call the shots to a great extent, and they were making some commitments to us which were not as formal as other commitments they made. But I have to say, the North Vietnamese, the formality with which they made a promise did not determine whether they were going to keep it or not. I mean, I can say tongue-in-cheek that they kept their oral commitments as faithfully as they kept their written commitments. And the fact that we got an indirect promise on Laos did not mean that they would or would not carry it out. Some of the informal commitments and understandings they did keep, and some of the formal written promises they violated. So we thought we were getting some kind of assurance from them that they might or might not keep, depending on their assessment of the balance of forces and so forth. So we thought it was far better than nothing. As Winston said, we are the ones who for many years had pressed for Indochina-wide settlements. And we got a few commitments from them on ceasefire, on prisoners, so we thought. And in fact, in the Paris Agreement, there's also the commitment they were supposed to withdraw from Laos and Cambodia. So we thought that given that this was a Vietnam agreement, we thought we had achieved something of some value with respect to Laos and Cambodia.
I'm way over time, and I thank my colleagues for their deference.
Well, it's good. That's a good line of questioning, and appreciate the answers. Senator Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd actually like to pursue a line of questioning first with Ambassador Sullivan and Mr. Aldrich, and then I'm going to follow with some discussions with Mr. Walters and Mr. Lord about a very specific meeting that occurred on the 16th of August 1971. In both cases, what I'm going to supply you with are documents that are still, to a certain extent, classified. The second one is a report from the National Security Advisor to the President. It is still classified. The first one, there are some redacted versions. We'll assume all I'm going to do is reference both of them, and I'd like, just so the two of you can refresh your memory of that meeting, I'd like to supply you with the document so you can look at it while I'm asking Ambassador Sullivan and Mr. Aldrich some questions. I'm going to ask Ambassador Sullivan some questions, and then Mr. Lord and Mr. Walters. The line of questioning that I've got, first of all, Ambassador Sullivan, involves the premise of our negotiating that said that, one, we could trust the North Vietnamese to simply supply us with a list on the day that we sign the agreement, and that, secondly, the four-party military commission had some chance of success at all. Those, to my mind, are both very crucial. On the one hand, to getting a full accounting of POWs, and on the other, to making sure that the South Vietnamese themselves had the opportunity to survive, given the fact that we in the end allowed the North Vietnamese to keep their troops in place in the South. So, tell me, I know that you were on General MacArthur's staff during the occupation of Japan. You were there sort of at the beginning of that, and you've both had some, I believe, experience dealing with, in particular, not just new democracies, but also you've had some experience dealing with unaccountable communist governments. Do you think that it was reasonable to expect that the North Vietnamese would supply a list that was going to work? Did you feel like there was enough? Did you give any thought at all to questioning as to whether or not we were going to find ourselves with a moment after the signing where we were not going to be able to get them to follow through?
Well, Senator, you have to remember that the largest number of prisoners in Indochina were North Vietnamese that were held in the South. There were over 20,000, as I recall.
26,000.
26,000. And the feature that your question does not include is the fact that there was going to be a rationed return of their prisoners as they returned our prisoners. So it wasn't only the question of withdrawal of troops that would be a compelling point for them to return all of our prisoners, but rather the fact that they would get theirs back only if we felt satisfied that ours were coming back.
I guess specifically what I'm pointing to, and Mr. Aldrich, you can jump in as well if you've got an opinion on it, but here we're dealing with a government, the Democratic Revolutionary.
Let me interrupt and say all of us share the same view. We had no confidence. We had been, I personally had been involved at that stage for 11 years.
But I guess worse than that, it seems to me, we're dealing, this government not only didn't recognize the 62 Geneva Accords, and by the way, it seems odd that we should even reference that all parties will agree to abide by the 62 Geneva Accords if one of the signatories was somebody that wasn't abiding already by it. This government regarded our prisoners as political criminals.
That's right.
And so thus they said, we're not going to allow the International Committee of the Red Cross to come and do inspections. They regarded our prisoners as political criminals. The question is whether or not in any of the private discussions some thought was given to keeping the POW issue as a preliminary condition, as opposed to mixing it in with all the other parts of the agreement.
I'm not sure what you mean by keeping it as a preliminary condition.
Well, saying, as Secretary Laird had recommended, saying that once you've released our prisoners, then we can either negotiate or that this will occur at some point prior.
With all due respect to Mel Laird, we could not have had them release our prisoners without our having to release their prisoners. So we didn't win this war, Senator Kerry, as you know. And therefore, the leverage that we had at that time and in that circumstance consisted basically of two hypothetical ones.
It was described by the President of the United States on the 29th of March as a victory. You may say we didn't win the war, but on the 29th of March, the President said it was a victory.
Well,
so the representation and the negotiation
we did not win the war. Senator Kerry, both of you Kerrys know that, and I know that.
Smith knows it too.
Yep.
And you too, Bob. But anyway, the point is, the only thing we had as leverage at that time, two things. One was a resumption or threat of resumption of the B-52 attacks and the mining of the harbors. That really did get those boys' attention, because once we cut off the sea lanes to the Soviet Union, and at that stage we had made our openings with China, and Winston was involved.
But
the Chinese were not letting anything across to them. They had fired their last SAMs that they had at the B-52s. So the idea of putting mines back in those harbors and threatening to do B-52 raids was something that was compelling. The other thing, that was the stick. The other thing was a carrot. And we've described here, Winston has, the prospect that we might be willing to pay some money or to make some funds available for reconstruction, binding up the wounds of war, as we call it. So until an agreement was actually signed, we didn't really have the leverage to work on. But again, getting back to this question exclusively of POWs, they had, numerically at least, far more interest in getting POWs back than we did. We had probably much more moral interest because they were pretty casual about their people. But it was a question of a ratio of perhaps something under 1,000 on our side to 26,000 on their side. So I don't quite see how you could calculate that there would be a negotiating
Not only that, but I must say, at one point, Dr. Kissinger himself expressed some surprise at the number of prisoners that are going to be released in the South and some misgivings about releasing that amount of individuals into the South, given the fact that the North Vietnamese are going to be allowed to maintain their...
Those were the Viet Cong, the ones that would go back into the local...
Let me stick on this idea. Yeah. I mean, understand, it seems to me the evidence is pretty clear. The North Vietnamese government were treating our prisoners not as prisoners, but as criminals.
Well, that's why George wrote in these sections dealing with the Geneva Convention, and indeed, if you look at...
well, I don't know how we could possibly...
we did eventually get in Red Cross after the signature, and before all were released. We got what?
Let me pursue the earlier line, because my light's flashing over here, and I'll make sure I give... what I want to do is talk about the meeting that I passed the document out to. That's the 16th of August, 1971, where it appears that an agreement is reached as to the release of the lists, that both sides are going to provide each other with a list of prisoners at the signing of the agreement. In addition, the idea of economic assistance to North Vietnam was also discussed at that meeting on the 16th with Le Duc Tho. You were both there. Dr. Kissinger was there as well. The question that I've got is, were you aware that the Department of Defense was arguing that this should not be done? It seems to me that we had heard Secretary Laird very strongly say that he was asking Dr. Kissinger to raise this with the North Vietnamese, this idea of getting a release ahead of time, that he was arguing it in 1971, he was arguing it in 1972, and it appears to me the deal was done. It appears to me that both in the document itself and Dr. Kissinger's communication to President Nixon, that was done. That we'd agreed on the 16th of August, 1971, that there was only, in regards to POW, going to be an exchange of lists at the moment that we all signed the agreement. And the question that I've got is, were you aware that the Secretary of Defense and others in the defense agencies were arguing that we should get a preliminary release? And if so, why was it not more forcefully presented at this meeting?
Well, again, it is 20 years ago, Senator, but first, I do not recall being aware of that position, but I might well have been at the time. I just want to be very precise on that. I do know at early stages of the negotiation, I don't remember the sequence, we, of course, pushed for even a better outcome on POWs than we got, namely to have them released before withdrawals were completed. So in the course of a negotiation, you sometimes have to give in on your position. And so that obviously would have been even better than getting lists ahead of time. So we did whittle down our positions, no question about it. I didn't recall the precise date and meeting until I read this document. As I say, I do not recall others pressing us to get the list ahead of time, but it would be a natural objective that you'd want to have, and certainly be better than getting it the day of the agreement.
One additional follow on that, and I think my time may be up. I don't want to drag too far over the line, but did Dr. Kissinger in these meetings, it's not in any discussion that I've, in the minutes there, but was there a discussion of the possibility of taking the offer that the North Vietnamese had tabled that appeared to be a breakthrough offer, of saying, thank you very much, that's an interesting proposal, we're going to take it back to Washington, D.C., and we're going to discuss it in Washington before we proceed to negotiation, because it appears that the offer was very exciting and that there was a considerable amount of detailed negotiation that happened. Now I'm talking about 1972, not 1971.
Oh, I see.
But in 1972, of taking that offer back to Washington as opposed to simply staying there all through October and negotiating the details of the agreement. Was there some discussion and consideration given that there were some other concerns raised of taking it back to Washington and delaying the negotiation?
Again, my colleagues may remember better than I do. I don't recall that being, I think the feeling was there was a breakthrough as of October 8, that the North Vietnamese were now making concessions because they knew that Nixon was going to get reelected, not McGovern, and they figured their best leverage was before the election. They were scared of Nixon after the election. So the feeling was to move ahead as quickly as possible with those negotiations when our leverage was greatest. We may well have discussed, hey, let's pause here, let's go back and more carefully vet it in Washington. I just don't recall whether we did or not. But others may. Do you remember?
Well, I think that was the choice we faced, and I think we were conscious of this choice. We could have said, hold it right there, we'll go back and consult with the South Vietnamese and so forth. But I think, Dr. Kissinger will describe it tomorrow as he saw it, but I think his view was that if it was smarter to pin down the North Vietnamese on all the concessions they were about to make and were making and nail them down and then go sell it to the South Vietnamese, then try to do it that way. If he had stopped that negotiation and said, let's not finish it, let's go around, the South Vietnamese would still have probably thrown a monkey wrench into it, and the thing would have unraveled even earlier than it did, in a situation where we had the North Vietnamese pinned down to less of a complete agreement. So I think it was a conscious decision to try to squeeze as much as we could out of the North Vietnamese in October. In fact, one of the things on which they did cave in the middle of October was their attempt to link our POWs to the South Vietnamese detainees. So we were squeezing things out of them, and
which you constantly resisted, correct?
Exactly. We rejected that totally, and they kept reopening it, but I believe this is a choice that Dr. Kissinger considered.
Well, let's assume that Dr. Kissinger, that this desire to have the POWs released prior to the signing. Let's assume that that is the case, and that Dr. Kissinger just did not discuss it with you during either the preliminaries or the breaks that occurred in Paris. Assuming that that's the case, it seems to me, and also I must say, assuming one of the things that Ambassador Sullivan discussed in your deposition was the notion that compared to the staff and compared to the support that the North Vietnamese had, you all had a relatively small staff and relatively small amount of support compared to what they had in place. And given all that at stake, it seems to me that there would have been a very strong temptation, if the POWs were the sine qua non, as you've indicated, to say, let's give this one last shot. You know, as you've stated, that you're heading into the election. This appeared to be the tail end of the negotiation. If it was so important, it seems to me that one last consideration, one last attempt would have been made to change it. It does not seem to be. It seems to me to be a given that in August 16th of 1971, that case was closed, and that when Secretary Laird came to Dr. Kissinger and said, we need to make sure we get those POWs released prior to the signing of the agreement, It seems to me that Dr. Kissinger was not terribly forthcoming to Secretary Laird. It seems to me that he was saying, that deal's already cut, I'm just not going to inform you of it.
Excuse me, you were referring to trying to get POWs released before the agreement or getting lists before the agreement?
Getting the list before the agreement so that we could compare. The idea would be to compare the list and make some detailed man-by-man attempt to determine whether or not their list tracked with our list. That was not done. And it was agreed, I'll make it clear, it was agreed in 1971 that it wouldn't be done. And all the testimony that we heard earlier from Secretary Laird saying, I was at Henry all the time trying to get him to make sure it didn't happen. That deal was cut in 1971. There was no effort, apparently, from the meeting in 1972, no effort to say to the North Vietnamese this is unacceptable. It was accepted as a condition because it had been pre-negotiated in 1971.
All I can say is in October you faced the choice of where do you press for further concessions from the North Vietnamese. I can't reconstruct exactly what happened. I do know our key problem at that point was separating the military from the political issues, and that's where Hanoi caved completely, and we consider that a major breakthrough.
When you say separating it from the political issue, you're referring essentially to the requirement to overthrow the two regimes.
That's right.
When they separated the two regimes, but they didn't separate all political. Well, you're going to separate economic from political?
Well, the point is this. The reason October 8 was a breakthrough is that for the first time, definitively, they dropped their demand, which we resisted for 3 years, to overthrow Thieu and install a coalition government. That indeed was a major achievement. No one thought we could achieve that in this country, very few people did, and we thought Thieu would find that so attractive that he would buy the rest of the agreement, a very tragic miscalculation. The economic was still part of it, no question.
He didn't find very much attractive in the entire...
No.
Senator Grassley.
The result didn't turn out very well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Walters, what in your view was the main priority of the North Vietnamese during the negotiations?
The conquest of South Vietnam and the evacuation of all U.S. forces.
Where would reparations fit into that goal of theirs?
I'm not sure where reparations would fit into that goal of theirs, but I believe the government was feeling such pressure from public opinion that they had to make at least some kind of an effort to cut something that would be less than total abandonment.
Did you put reparations on a high list in your deposition to us? I thought on page 20 I was reading that you thought the reparations would be high up there.
It was very high on their list.
Yeah, that's what
I'm not sure how high it was on our list.
Okay.
I don't know where I said this. They kept raising it.
Well, then maybe you misunderstood my question. My question was, in your view, was what was the main priority of the North Vietnamese during the negotiations?
Well, I would say to obtain the U.S. withdrawal from South Vietnam, to occupy South Vietnam, and do what happened in the end.
If I may interject, Mr. Senator Grassley, very clear that the monetary reward for observing the treaty, that is to say, the funds for the rebuilding and restructuring of Vietnam, must have been lower than their desire to do, as Dick said, to conquer the South, because when they broke the agreement and invaded the South, they forewent any option, any possibility of getting the monetary reward. So clearly, I think I would agree with Dick's priority.
To be honest, Senator,
General's priority.
I was a soldier doing what I was told. I was unenthusiastic about these negotiations because I didn't believe the North Vietnamese would carry out any undertakings that they undertook. But I was not in the policy formulation loop.
General Walters, do you ever recall it being discussed that we should exchange POW lists prior to the signing of any agreement?
Yes, I believe there was a discussion of that. As I say, going back 20 years, I've heard it talked about so much here that it's difficult for me to separate in my memory what I may have heard here this morning or what I heard at that time. But it seems to me that was discussed. And they, of course, knew this is one of the principal leverages they had with us. They knew that our desire to get those prisoners of war back was inordinate compared to theirs. They didn't care whether they got theirs back or not. So I think they would have agreed to almost anything, but what I suspected is they wouldn't carry out the agreement, and my suspicions were not totally ill-founded.
when we were told that we'd gotten all of the POWs home, at that point, did you believe that we had left anybody behind?
The question is leaving anybody behind is a difficult one to answer. I'm not quite sure what is understood by that. In the Korean War, I think most people seem to have forgotten that 32 Americans elected of their own free will to stay behind in North Korea. Now, whether there were some cases like that in South Vietnam or not, I don't know. I know that in the case of the French, there were a number of cases like that. A number of people who were communists and so forth in the French army did elect to stay behind. But as I said in answer to Senator Smith's, I did not have any hard evidence on this. And by hard evidence, I mean something that was uncontrovertible. You know, there's a letter system for what the validity of these informations is, and I was told, I don't know whether this is a fact or not, that every single person who claimed to have seen an American prisoner in captivity or in Vietnam, and is not admissible in court, I know, however, had failed the lie detector test when they were asked had they really seen them.
Well, what happened, in your view, to those who we expected back who did not come back? I
think they killed them.
Okay. Well,
they're that kind of people.
Okay.
At what point? When did they kill them?
Well, what is difficult for me to understand, Senator, is how anybody could think that even a short time after all these things were done and they'd conquered the whole country and everything else, how could they justify suddenly producing prisoners and saying, well, we swore to you, we gave you everybody we had, and now there's nobody here. Now, yes, we did. How could they produce those prisoners? Those prisoners would be a colossal embarrassment to them. When I was testifying before the Montgomery Committee, I was asked whether I wasn't, using secrecy to cover up. I said, if I could assuage the grief and anxiety of families by lifting the secrecy thing, I would lift it. But I did not have enough justification to make me believe that we could lift anything and find anything more serious about these people than we already had.
In your...
I've dealt with the Chinese and the Soviets in a long career of public service. Nobody's like the Vietnamese. I understand what Hitler said when he said after negotiating with Franco, he said, I would rather have a tooth pulled without an anesthetic than negotiate with that man again. And that's the way I feel about the North Vietnamese.
Okay. In your opening comment, you made some reference to about...
And still do.
You made some reference to the French experience in Indochina. Go over that just a little bit for me and tell me what you learned and from whom did you learn it?
You're putting me in a rather difficult situation, Senator. This was given to me in great confidence by a French official.
Okay, I don't expect you to violate any confidence.
Oh, I don't want to identify him. He was very senior in the French Army. Very senior official in the French Army.
Oh, did he have some identification that you refer to or anything?
Did he have some identification? He told me that when the French summed up the people they knew they'd lost alive at Dien Bien Phu, who were still alive at the moment, and all the other prisoners they'd lost in Vietnam, that they got back a very relatively small percentage of them at the end. A lot of them died on the death march. They had a death march very much from Dien Bien Phu, very much like the Japanese one after Bataan.
Yeah. Did you ever share this information with Dr. Kissinger?
I don't know whether I shared it with Dr. I probably did in the course of conversations, but I certainly sent a telegram to the Defense Department, to Defense Intelligence, for whom I was working then, to the effect of this conversation. And I'm sure I must have shared it with anybody I talked to about this.
Do you have any way of knowing what Dr. Kissinger's reaction was?
I think he was shocked at the idea of this low percentage of prisoners. Nobody really believed that these people were what they are.
You had made some comment in your deposition about the fact that his reaction was that they probably won't kill ours because they want more from us than they did from the French.
That's up to the peace, up to the agreement. Beyond the agreement, they had no way they could justify producing prisoners after the agreement. They were an embarrassment to them at that point.
Was Dr. Kissinger aware of the North Vietnamese's desire to link reparations with the release of U.S. prisoners?
Oh, I think anybody who was those meetings was. That was perfectly clear. They didn't make any secret about it. It was blackmail on an international scale.
Yeah. Well, tell the committee to what extent you feel that Dr. Kissinger was aware of their desire to link reparations with release of U.S. prisoners.
Well, I mean, they kept bringing it up all the time. They knew it was our great interest, and they knew what their great interest was, and they constantly strove to connect the two.
Excuse me, Senator, on that particular point, if I could
go ahead.
Interject. My recollection is that it was a essential part of any agreement for them. I don't know how often they specifically linked it just to prisoners, but it would say for an agreement at all, whether it's ceasefire or international supervision, the whole agreement would have to include something along these lines. But maybe my other colleagues would recall. I don't know how often they specifically tied it to prisoners. The transcripts would show that. I just don't recall.
You mean tied up prisoners?
Yeah, I don't know whether the economic, they called reparations, we called, reconstruction, was just something they said it was essential to an agreement, which they clearly did, and how many times they linked it specifically to prisoners. And again, the transcripts will show you that. I just don't recall.
Yeah. I haven't got the transcript, so I don't know, but it was pretty clear to me. My understanding was this is what they really want from us, the post-war reconstruction aid. And obviously they knew what we really wanted from them, short of surrender, was the prisoners.
Mr. Chairman, I'm done with my question.
Thank you very much, Senator Grassley. Mr. Ambassador Lord, let me just try to finish up a few questions with you, and then I want to ask Ambassador Sullivan some things about Laos, which greatly interests the committee, and we want your expertise on the nature of that war and prisoners there. But if I could just turn to Ambassador Lord again for a moment. Once the agreement, we left off talking about the dynamics of the balancing that was important as to where to proceed at that point. And once the agreement had been signed, I take it, given the euphoria that you referred to, the difficulties of negotiating with the North Vietnamese, the length of time it had taken to get the agreement, the extraordinary impulse in the United States to be free of this, Watergate that was on top of the president, all of these dynamics that came together, that there was a strong inertia against upsetting that agreement. Is that, am I fairly characterizing the state of mind with which people viewed things?
I think that's a fair summary. I was shown documents during my deposition which recalled, which I had forgotten if I ever knew, and I don't think we're on classified ground here, stop me if I am, about where consideration was given in late March to at least temporarily, to be forceful about this, but I don't know how much we can talk about.
No, that is unclassified. The discussion about bombing, resuming bombing, and so forth.
Yeah, the March suggestion that maybe we ought to be more forceful and maybe hold up the agreement.
Correct.
So that would be the exception to your general summary, which I think is accurate.
That March agreement, I'm aware of what that was about. Now, Does the United
Excuse me, could I add one other thing? Because I just was I recollected this in the last few days. I don't know whether I got in the newspapers or memoirs, but and it might have been Kissinger's memoirs, where apparently and I'd forgotten this, in sometime in February, I don't know, it was the second tranche of prisoner release or something. The Vietnamese were holding things up again. I think linking it to the Vietnamese civilian question, which we had already settled. And we at least temporarily stopped our withdrawals or did something for a day or two until they fell on the line again. So that would be another
That's correct.
exception.
There was a March...
I don't know where I saw it. Maybe in my...
there was a March list. It was in the deposition process, I think. Okay. There was a March list which they were not forthcoming with. And so there was a 1 or 2 day discontinuation of the withdrawal process, and then they turned around and produced the list immediately, and that was the end.
But these are exceptions. Your general summary, I think, is a fair one. Okay.
Well, now, did the upset that people felt about the balancing act, if you will, and the balancing act itself apply also to the incompleteness of the lists in Laos and Cambodia?
Well, that's what I thought we were talking about.
So you're referring to all of Indochina. Any questions about Vietnam or Laos or Cambodia, all of them fit under this umbrella of unwillingness to upset the apple cart?
Well, what I'm saying is that there was some malaise on several fronts, ceasefire violations, although probably by both sides, signs of possible continued infiltration, as well as the discrepancy on the list. So from early on, there was some doubts about full implementation by the other side. And clearly, whatever these doubts were, they didn't add up to sufficient case that was made in the President's mind to stop implementing the agreement.
Now, during the deposition, you were shown a memoranda from late March of 1973 that indicated that top-level government officials, United States government officials, appeared nearly unanimously to hold the opinion that live U.S. POWs were being held in Indochina, correct?
Well, I remember...
Let me quote from the document.
The DIA memos and so on.
Correct. One of the documents says, particularly with regard to Laos, quote, there was a belief held by many, if not all, at the top of our government that there were live prisoners in Laos in addition to the 10 on the list that was provided on February 1st, 1973. Do you agree with that?
But my memory refreshed. I know we were disappointed in the list, particularly Laos.
Do you remember?
Whether you could characterize it, everyone at the top, or almost everyone, was sure there were live people. That seems a little stronger. There was a strongly suggestive evidence. We were very unhappy with the discrepancies, but I'm not sure I used quite the formulation you used.
Even though that memoranda was written in March of 1973?
No, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's not my recollection that it was that unanimous and that assured, but there was clearly uneasiness.
Did you and Dr. Kissinger discuss that uneasiness among those top advisors?
I would be very precise here. I would be amazed if we didn't. I do not recall doing so.
Now, subsequent to the announcement by President Nixon that all of our American POWs are on the way home, and subsequent to Roger Shields' statement at the Pentagon briefing that we have no indications that any Americans remain in Indochina, it was suggested to us that the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, by the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, that Mr. Shields would not have made that statement without the approval of some higher up. Is that accurate or not, or do you know?
Well, again, I have not seen, I really would like to see his whole statement that day, so I don't know whether this single sentence was a carefully stated formulation that was supposed to lead the headlines.
Well, in any effect.
But the point is, he would get his guidance on something that important and that sensitive, minimum from the Secretary of Defense, and I would have thought from the White House.
In any effect, taking both statements and their impact, you, I believe, hold the view that our government lost any leverage it had on the Lao or the North Vietnamese. Is that accurate?
Well, I volunteered that in my deposition, that in addition to the troubling aspect of whether you were misleading the American public and Congress, it seems to me you are obviously hurting your leverage with Hanoi if you're saying publicly or implying that. And again, I want to see the whole context and what else was said on other occasions, because I suspect the full record indicates public acknowledgement of uneasiness about missing an action beyond these two statements out of context. But nevertheless, to the extent that you give the impression that there's nobody live left there, it's a little tougher to go to Hanoi and say, give us those people back, no question about it.
Let me say to you that the record, at least in front of this committee, is considerably absent any great public statement with respect to this uneasiness you refer to. In point of fact, it's very hard for the committee to understand how, if the United States government is publicly saying we don't have any indication anybody's alive, it'd be kind of meaningless to sit with them and make real your notion that you're worried about discrepancies.
Well,
or that they have to worry about it. Certainly their having to worry about it is diminished.
There's nothing in the full Shields press conference or statement that is of somewhat less misleading than that single sentence. I asked that agnostically. I don't have the text. There is also, this does not excuse any misleading that was done. Obviously, any public spokesman had to also be careful of not unduly raising the hopes of families. And so I'm sure that contributed to the problem of how you state this, but I'm not excusing specific statements.
Respectfully, and I do mean respectfully, but that doesn't make sense. The families had their expectation. Their loved one was listed POW. They were waiting when the plane came back. They didn't see their loved one come off the plane. You can't raise expectations much more than that.
No, what I was
and they're sitting there with the knowledge that their loved one was in fact a prisoner, and then suddenly everybody's saying, hey, wait a minute, we don't have any indication anybody's alive, go home.
Well, you say the knowledge they're a prisoner. Again, you yourself have said that we've never had ironclad proof in any of these cases.
Okay, but I want to,
the point I was making is that I'm not excusing individual statements. In fact, I'm troubled by some of the statements that have been shown me that I've forgotten about. I think I certainly, and all of us in hindsight, would certainly have crafted them a lot better. What I am saying is that I also suspect that the spokespeople who had to talk about these issues did not want to, in effect, say, we have an agreement, but there's live people back there, when there was no proof of that. There was some danger of getting people's hopes up that there was hard, clear evidence, hard evidence, as General Walters has suggested. I think that was part of the dilemma.
But if you take yourself back to 1973 and your family, and let us say, for the sake of a particular case, you take someone lost in 1972, and you know you've got a picture of them held, you know they were last known to be a prisoner, family has received a letter from them or whatever, or let's leave out a letter, no letter, but they were last known in a state of captivity, they don't come back. Now, while I would, as I have said, I can't say to a certainty that you know, I know there's a tree falling in the forest, but I sure would want to go and see whether somebody's cutting it or what's happening, and that's what we didn't do. I mean, that's the missing ingredient here, which constitutes full accounting, does it not?
Well, I agree with you. I've said in my deposition, I'll repeat here today, I'm troubled by some of the statements that were made. I'm trying, after 20 years, to try to be fair to people like Mr. Shields, who everyone has testified was totally devoted to this cause, and I'm trying to understand why some statements might have been made and the motivation for them, and also would welcome seeing the entire text and context of it.
Well, let me ask you this. I know I've gone a little bit over, but as major public policy makers of that period and also public servants, helping the American public to understand this and looking at this, can you understand why still today there are people who believe that they were misled, that the government was in a conspiracy, that they were lied to, and that they've been led down the path over the years after those comments, given the evidence? Is it understandable?
I think it's understandable. I think some of the terms you used are unfair, but I can understand why people might harbor these doubts.
I'm not saying those things happen. I'm saying why they say.
No, I understand it.
Each of those feelings are...
I want to make very clear about the sympathy I feel for the families and the agony they've been put through. Again, let's remember they've been put through this by the North Vietnamese first and foremost. But I have great agony for these families, and I could see why this issue has been kept alive. I can understand it, and that's why you're justified in this hearing.
Well, I will come back to that. Mr. Ambassador Sullivan, Laos is a huge puzzle, obviously, to everybody. Enormous number of people shot down, 2.5% rate of return. By most accounts, 20 people or so we thought were prisoners. Those who came out through Vietnam, not through the Pathet Lao. We never had an agreement with them. What can you tell us as ambassador to the region and also as a member of this negotiation team, if you just share with the committee what the expectations were about Laos and what do you think happened?
Well, if we want to go into this in some depth, let me start with the political structure in Indochina. The real political power in communist Indochina was with the Lao Dong Party. The Lao Dong Party was the Indochina Communist Party that was founded in 1926 by Ho Chi Minh. Its purpose and intention was to liberate from French colonial control all the areas of Indochina which the French then dominated. These were the 5 elements that made up Vietnam itself, plus Laos, plus Cambodia. The Communist Party at that time was headed by Ho Chi Minh, who was a man from Hanoi, and dominated by his colleagues. They had individual party secretaries that covered places like Laos and Cambodia and Tonkin, Annam, so forth. But the power was centralized in their committee, their Politburo. And when they did succeed in 1954 in taking over North Vietnam, the control of that apparatus in Indochina remained in the hands of Hanoi. So that Laos as a political appendage, that is to say the Lao Dong Party, the Communist Party, the Pathet Lao as they're called, in Laos was under the direct control and dominance of the Politburo of the Lao Dong Party in Hanoi. Now the Pathet Lao per se were never much of an organization. We have never been able to get a fix on how many they actually were. I would be prepared even today to believe that there were no more than 500 of them. So that there were a great many more sympathizers, but people that the Vietnamese had armed and permitted to operate as communist military elements in Laos, probably that small. Therefore, the bulk of the military operations that were taking place in Laos, the brunt of them was carried by the North Vietnamese, either in the form of North Vietnamese regular divisions. For example, the North Vietnamese 316th Division annually in the dry season made an incursion down toward the Plain de Jar. And annually during the 4.5 years that I was ambassador there, we beat them back and actually caused more casualties to that division than they caused to our friends. There was another totally different operation, which was the logistics line of the Ho Chi Minh Trail that ran down through the southeastern portions of Laos on the other side of the Annamite Cordillera, and this was the supply line to Vietnamese forces in the south and Viet Cong forces that you were acquainted with in the south. The military operations that our government conducted against, well, maybe I should make another statement. You will recall when President Kennedy was elected that when he went to the White House before coming up here for his inauguration, President Eisenhower talked with him at some length and almost exclusively about the real problem of Laos, being a military force there. So President Kennedy, when he came into office, called for a military assessment from the Joint Chiefs as to what it would take to operate successfully militarily in Laos. And the Joint Chiefs very sensibly said it's a very poor place to fight a war. And so we were instructed then, and I participated in those negotiations, to get some sort of a neutralization agreement for Laos, and then to play hardball in Vietnam for the several assumptions. One, we had a long coastline which would facilitate supplies. Two, we had what was supposed to be a bunch of tigers in the South Vietnamese military forces who could stand up against the North Vietnamese. And thirdly, we had a new policy development in the military of counterinsurgency in which they really thought they could fight this thing on the ground. So Laos was neutralized, and this is what accounted for the unacknowledged military actions that we took there. We never acknowledged them. We never said that we were doing it in public because we wanted to continue to preserve the option of retaining a neutralized Laos and hoping that we could reestablish the 1954 understandings with respect to Vietnam. Now, that's all prefatory. The military action that took place along the Ho Chi Minh Trail was of two types. One, there was very heavy bombing by the United States Air Force and the United States Navy. Secondly, there were infiltration raids, which were to some measure mixed elements, that is to say South Vietnamese Rangers and U.S. Green Beret types. A lot of the casualties taken in Laos were taken in that Ho Chi Minh Trail area by these young fellows who went in on what I always regarded as suicide missions. And I think it was tragic that they went in there because all they could have developed were intelligence reports. They clearly were outgunned, outmanned. They could not possibly expect to gain a battle there, but they kept going in and we kept taking casualties there. I would say that the chances of anyone surviving a firefight in that jungle, any American, were very, very slim. The chances of surviving as a POW, my judgment, pretty nil, although some were sent back up the Ho Chi Minh Trail. I would think, as Dick Walters has suggested, that in that brutal environment, anybody captured there was pretty soon disposed of with a bullet in the head. So that would account for, in my judgment, the high ratio of non-returnees from people who might have been captured in that area. The second area of operations we had were air missions in Laos and air missions over Laos going toward North Vietnam. There were not very many heavy anti-aircraft weapons in Laos, so if a plane came down in Laos, it was likely that it had been nicked in North Vietnam and was trying to get back home to Thailand or get to some place where it could land in friendly territory. We had smaller planes and a few operations done by a mixture of U.S., Lao, and Thai pilots in Laos. They were largely providing fighter cover for ground forces who were indigenous Lao, the Hmong forces, who were run by paramilitary officers, but the paramilitary officers were prohibited, at least during my tenure there, I prohibited them to go into combat. I had one or two violations of that, and I had those people removed from the country. So we didn't lose many people on the ground in the northern and northeast sections of Laos. Now, let's turn to the pilots who were shot down. They were usually shot down in very terrible jungle. They were usually captured, depending to some degree on the season, because if it was the dry season, the North Vietnamese regulars might have been in there. If it was the rainy season, they would be captured by irregular forces, highly indisciplined forces. And my guess would be that a lot of them, even after capture, were either tortured to death, starved to death, treated in such a way that they developed dysentery and died, and probably didn't survive. And I think that accounts in some measure for the high ratio of people who didn't return after having been, either we got a beeper from them and knew they were on the ground, or we even had a sighting that knew they were on the ground. Now, this whole question of sightings, I guess it was Dick said, they were moved around because I think the general purpose was if they were captured by a Pathet Lao unit or even a remote North Vietnamese unit, they were to be passed back up towards San Nua and eventually up toward Hanoi for interrogation. So there might have been 7 sightings of the same person in various stages of movement, therefore 7 different locations. In the early years when I was there, when we had the Hmong units up there, every time we fell back, we left behind small intelligence units in the villages with radios for communications. And we had the assets to check out some of those live sightings. Some of them were confirmed, some of them were not. One of the things that I think has to be mentioned is that we rewarded live sightings by small payments. Therefore, I think we created a cottage industry of live sighters who found that if they could turn in a live sighting report, they might get some pecuniary reward for that. All of this is a thrust of your question. Why, in relative terms, did it seem that there were so few people considered to be alive after hitting the ground who were ultimately returned? I was in Paris when the Vietnamese finally disclosed that the number from Laos was 10, one of whom turned out to be a Canadian, and there was enormous disappointment. Admiral Murrah had a figure, and I can't remember where he got it, but it was somewhere around 40 that he was anticipating. So we thought there was a shortfall, even given all these, the filter of all these considerations I've just made. We felt there was a shortfall of possibly somewhere around 30. But the measure of hope and the quality of hope we had for anybody who got knocked down in Laos was not terribly high. We had a couple of people who escaped. Did you ever depose Dieter Dengler?
We've read some of this stuff.
Pardon?
We have his book. We have not deposed, no.
Oh. Well, anyway, one or two. These fellows can tell you the type of...
He's on the schedule to be deposed.
The type of existence they had in those... They were put in cages. They were...
Thank you. I think that's helpful. I've ceded to Senator Smith. There are some follow-ups, but...
It was a long lesson in history there. I was trying to listen and concentrate on the questions I wanted to ask at the same time. I just want to focus just quickly and then move away from it. I think I've made the point, but I'm fascinated by the terms that crop up here called ironclad proof and hard evidence. Let me see if I can explain to you concisely and ask a response from you on why I take issue with it. When you went into the Paris Peace Accords in 1973, did you have hard, ironclad evidence on American POWs in Vietnam? Mr. Lord? Oh, I'm sorry.
What do you mean, did we have hard evidence?
Just what I said.
Yeah.
Did we have hard, ironclad evidence under your definition of the word?
I think yes, parading them on Vietnamese television and as well as our intelligence reports. These are shades, but I mean, the numbers obviously we didn't have hard evidence on, but that there were some clearly.
We had hard, ironclad evidence on some in the sense that they were paraded, but we also know
and other reasons to have hard evidence.
We also know that some of them were paraded that didn't come back, i.e. the discrepancy cases.
That's
so
right.
do you still insist that it's hard, ironclad evidence?
What is hard ironclad?
Yeah, my point is, did you have hard, ironclad evidence as we entered into the Paris Peace Accords that American POWs would be returned from Vietnam, yes or no?
I would consider it hard evidence that we would get some back, yes, because they admitted they had them and they said they would do it and it was part of the agreement. They knew it was a sine qua non, certainly.
General Walters, do you agree with that?
During that period, Senator, through a contact in the French Communist Party, I got a Vietnamese propaganda movie that was showing to the communists in France. I could only get it for 24 hours of Senator McCain, who was then a lieutenant commander. I notified his father, who was in London at that time. He flew over with his wife, looked at the pictures, and I had to give the film back that night. Now, that was not paraded in the street. That was a private film.
Well, we know that there were some that were more ironclad than others, but in general, the answer to your question is yes, and I agree with you. But the point that I'm making, Mr. Aldridge, I want you to respond to this from a legal sense in terms of the agreement, and I'll get to you in just a second. The point is, what is the difference between the ironclad evidence that you had on Vietnam before you went into the agreements and the ironclad evidence that you say you didn't have going into Laos where we didn't have an agreement? We never signed an agreement with Laos. We never got an agreement with Laos. We've never negotiated with Laos on POWs. As a matter of fact, and this is where I come to you, Mr. Aldridge, you, after the Paris Accords were signed with Vietnam and just after the ceasefire was agreed to between the Pathet Lao and the Royal Lao, you wrote a memo sometime in 70, I forget the date, I don't have the exact dates here somewhere. Was it February 21st, 1973, I think, that Article 8B on the MIAs did not apply to Laos, and you said that the U.S. would have to, quote, conclude further arrangements for tracing the missing in Laos, unquote. So you were so sure from a legal point of view that the Paris Peace Accords did not in any way touch Laos other than what the Vietnamese may decide on their own good graces to provide us, that you needed that side memo or that memo to clarify that. Isn't that correct?
There was no understanding with respect to the accounting in January. There was, of course, a commitment by the North Vietnamese to secure the release of all our prisoners in Laos. And we were, if you will, a third-party beneficiary of the Laos ceasefire agreement's commitment to provide an accounting. What I said in my memo, as I recall it, was that if we wanted to be directly involved by a joint military team that would go out and investigate and look at sites as we were in Vietnam through the four-party commission, then we would have to negotiate something with the Lao to permit that.
But yes, that's correct, and that's what you say in the agreement, in the memo. And what the point that I'm trying to make is that we had evidence that we went into the Paris Peace Accords with the Vietnamese with. It's the same intelligence that we did not go into an agreement with the Lao with. And when we now discuss, because POWs did come home as a result of a negotiated agreement, when we discuss it, we talk about it as hard evidence. But when we discuss the POWs who did not come home from Laos, because we didn't have an agreement, it's no longer hard evidence. It's this kind of stuff. And that's the area that I sharply disagree with you with, and I think that somebody should have an explanation for that, perhaps some of the other policy folks.
Yeah, if I may, I never use the word hard evidence.
Ambassador Sullivan, let me ask you the same question. What is the explanation for that? You were the ambassador there.
I don't really follow your point, Senator, but let me say that there were several instances in which we had hard evidence that people shot down in Laos had been taken prisoners while alive. In other words, we had, for example, T-28 aircraft, and we had H-34 helicopters that we could sometimes get over a crash site while the pilot was still on the ground, and sometimes even had communications with him, so that we knew that he was alive. Now, there's a possibility he could have been killed in a firefight subsequently, but that was hard evidence.
I understand. I'm not. I agree. My point is, I don't, for the life of me, do not see the difference other than the fact that an agreement was negotiated in Paris and some Americans came home from Vietnam. I don't see the difference between the evidence going into the pipeline, which you folks dealt with at the Accords, which you didn't deal with in Laos under Article 5 of the Lao Accords, because we didn't have an agreement with the Lao. And you said at a WASAG meeting, or there was a WASAG meeting rather. That's the Washington Area Special Access Group. There was a conversation with some State Department official whose name is redacted out, so we won't get into names. But question: you won't complete. This is March 13th, 1973. State Department official. You won't complete the withdrawal until the Lao prisoners are released. Kissinger. That's right. Defense Department official. How many are there in Laos? NSC staff. Name redacted. They've told us they hold more American prisoners than the 8 on the list that we received from North Vietnam. Kissinger. They have? They told us they hold more than 8? Staff. That's right. State. We've had contact with the Pathet Lao several times. Kissinger. And they've admitted they hold more? State. Yes. Kissinger. I didn't know that. How many more? State. They haven't said. They've been giving us the runaround on the details. This is something you may want to keep in mind. You may want to notify the DRV that the Pathet Lao have told us this and ask them to be more forthcoming on POWs in Laos. Defense to Kissinger. Will you handle this through your channels? Kissinger, yes. So we're looking at March 13th, 2 weeks later, roughly, the President of the United States says everybody is home, and you're at the highest levels of the United States government with a defense, national security advisor, the Defense Department, and the State Department discussing prisoners in Laos and having contacts with officials. Now, if it turns out, and hear me out, I don't agree that it may turn out the other, but let's say it turns out that all of the information was erroneous, and I don't believe that it is. But if it did, the point is at that time, you folks did not know that. And what I don't understand is why you didn't, especially you, Mr. Aldridge, in terms of your legal capacity, why you didn't impress upon the negotiators that it was urgent that they get to those accords in Laos and to get and to discuss the prisoners that the Laos said they had. I mean, we took the Vietnamese at their word. They said they had prisoners. We didn't take the Lao at their words. We said they didn't.
Senator, I would like to say that I had no knowledge of any of this. When I went to Paris in late April to resume these negotiations, I can recall nobody in the NSC staff or anywhere else telling me that they thought there were any prisoners left alive. It was strictly a matter of accounting at that point.
Well, these are official documents. I know you weren't there.
I wasn't there.
But these are official documents in which these things are being said.
Yeah.
And
but if you ask me why I didn't go and do something about it, the answer is I never heard this information.
Let me make a comment, Senator. I don't recall being at that WASAG meeting, and I may or may not have been, but it seems to be in the time frame in which a fellow named Sot Patrasi, who was the nominal Pathet Lao representative in Vientiane, had made some rather boasting statement to a newspaperman, or journalist, I think, about having a great number of prisoners. And I recall that we then sent out instructions to Mac Godley, who was the ambassador, to have him or John Dean, who was his deputy, go around to talk to Sot Patrasi and ask him, what's this all about? Who are these people, and what's the list of it? And then we got back messages, and I suspect you probably have all this in your files, which indicate that the conclusion that this fellow didn't know what he was talking about. However, March 13, had we by that time gotten the 9 back from through Hanoi? Does anybody know? Had we by that time gotten the 9 back through Hanoi, March 13?
I don't think so at that point, no.
My recollection was there was a considerable stalling on that.
But the key here, again, I know we're looking back, the key here is that, no, we had not gotten the 9 back, but those 9 were imprisoned in Hanoi, or in Vietnam. They were not in Laos. They were captured by the North Vietnamese. And the Vietnamese...
Well, they may have been captured by other people and passed on up to the North.
The Vietnamese had them at the time of the Accords. But I can't find the exact document reference, but I have it somewhere, where Patrasi is always used because Patrasi recanted several years later.
Yeah, well,
or several months later.
Just a few.
But there are other officials. There are other officials that are referenced by some of our government folks.
Lao officials?
Yes.
Pathet Lao?
Yes. And Suvarnabhong, for one, who was fairly knowledgeable, I would say.
But he was in Hanoi.
Well, they were saying that there were prisoners, and I don't want to beat it to death. Another point. It was brought up consistently. You mentioned Godley, but it came up all the way through the period from March 13th through March 23rd, 24th, before the President went on with his statement. They even, they dealt with it almost exclusively. The President decided he would not accept the DRV proposal to return the U.S. POWs by 25 March because there's still POWs in Laos. General Scowcroft dictates to Murphy, essentially the same thing. The President made some comment about it, saying we're going to have to hold off here until we get answers. If it turns out 20 years later the intelligence was wrong, then so be it. But at that time, nobody believed it was wrong, and I say that it was ignored. I just have one final question of Mr. Aldridge in a legal sense. Is the agreement today between are the Paris Peace Accords still binding in your opinion between the parties?
I think the Paris Peace Accords were totally destroyed and torn up by the conquest of the South.
Any other reasons why you would say they would not be binding?
No, I think basically these were undertakings. I mean, there were violations certainly from the day practically after they were concluded, one kind or another, and certainly the failure of the North Vietnamese to comply with Article 20 and help to bring about a ceasefire in Cambodia was the final sort of death blow, in a sense, to the Accords. But still, we tried to keep them in existence because of the other provisions on the ceasefire, so long as there wasn't a all-out North Vietnamese attack on the South. But once that occurred, our position in the State Department was that the agreement was finished.
I'm sorry. If they're, excuse me for interrupting you, if they're not binding, and I would tend to agree, based on the North Vietnamese invasion, if they're not binding, then there would be no obligation on the part of the Vietnamese to provide us any more prisoners, because they say we didn't pay them any war reparations, which is Article 21. And there certainly wouldn't be any reason for the Lao to deal with us, because we never signed an agreement with them.
Well, they had a commitment from the beginning under the Geneva Conventions to return prisoners at the end of the war. They've also become a party to the protocols of 1977 that I helped negotiate. They're, you know, you can't keep somebody else's prisoners of war indefinitely. But under this agreement per se, if the agreement's finished, then the commitments here are finished too, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Kerry?
Let me first of all just sort of declare why I think this issue of secrecy is important. I mean, there's a difference when it's applied to different subjects. I mean, it'll have a material impact, it seems to me, upon the kinds of judgments that we all make. You know, you can make the case there was a need for secrecy in regards to bombing of Cambodia from March of 1969 till March of 1970. There was a need for that secrecy. I have a difficult time making that case, but you can make the case and explain it to the American people, and some will side with you and some will side against you. It'll be an arguable point. You could even make the case, as Dr. Kissinger did, that there was a need to have secret discussions itself. I would actually side with Dr. Kissinger in that regard, that the need for secrecy was probably there, although I believe it got to a point where it was so excessive it was difficult to communicate with policymakers that had not only views but information that would have been valuable. But then that's a 20-year judgment and easy to make. But when you're talking about the possibility of saying to a family person that when I say to that family person that I don't provide them with all the information, when I maintain secrecy in regards to their questioning of me about loved ones, then it's very much like a police chief, let's say. Let's say I'm a police chief and any one of you are coming to me trying to find a missing relative. Let's say there's been a kidnapping in your family and you've come to me trying to find a missing relative. And you ask me, do I have any information? And I say, no, I don't have any information. When point in fact is, I've been trying to negotiate with money to buy it, or I've been trying in some other fashion to negotiate the release and I don't disclose, or if I have some actual material information, I don't provide you with that information. It seems to me then the need to maintain secrecy, particularly if the negotiations have ended, can no longer be credibly made. And that's what we're dealing with here, it seems to me. And again, we're dealing with it with a considerable amount of hindsight, but it makes the question of secrecy that much more important and much, at least I would argue, materially different than other policy areas where you can make the case and argue it. I would like to talk and get you to talk to me about one of the other declarations that was made at the time that the peace agreement was signed, and that was that South Vietnam would have the opportunity to determine their own political future. It was a declaration that was made. Indeed, if you ask me, would say that I would hope that was a very top consideration. In fact, I would argue that if it wasn't a top consideration, it would make it difficult to get a full accounting of the POWs. But do you all today still believe that the peace agreement gave the South Vietnamese government the opportunity for self-determination?
I'll be glad to start. I do, yes, very firmly. As I mentioned earlier, and as you know from the record, we felt one of our major achievements was to separate the political from the military, precisely for that reason. So we got out of the business of overthrowing an ally and installing a coalition government. To answer your question more directly, for South Vietnam to determine its own future meant the agreement had to work, and therefore you really get in a debate, would the agreement hold up? For those of us who work most closely on this agreement, including people at this table, I think I can speak for, as well as Dr. Kissinger and so on, we honestly felt, without being naive about Hanoi's intentions, that there was a chance it would work and that South Vietnam could determine its future. And there were 4 or 5 reasons, some of which have been touched on already, by Ambassador Sullivan. We thought this could happen, and therefore, to get to your question, that South Vietnam could freely choose its future. Number one, if there were minor violations of the ceasefire, that after not only 4 years of Vietnamization, but longer than that, of aiding the South Vietnamese, they should be able to, and we thought they were able to handle these on their own.
Did you expect, by the way, that they would select a democratic future?
Well, that was up to the Vietnamese. We would prefer that, obviously.
Was it your expectation that they would select a democratic future?
Well, over the long run, we would hope they would be that would reflect the will of the people. We were not naive in the short run, given the conditions there, that there was going to be a full-blown democracy, but certainly we would hope that over the long run. In any event, if there were minor violations, we felt we had performed our duty of helping through gradual Vietnamization, a lot of aid to the Vietnam, and aid which was permitted under the agreement to continue on a replacement basis, that they could handle it. If there are major violations, and this was a major miscalculation of the domestic mood of the United States, I would agree with that, but the understanding was that either Hanoi would be deterred from making major violations because they thought this mad Nixon, after being reelected with a mandate, a huge mandate, and not having to worry about getting reelected again, would bomb them if they attacked. Now, the fact is the mood of the people and the Congress is such that we were not about to respond to major violations. And we can debate whether, to what extent Congress has a responsibility for the fall of South Vietnam, but the fact is that that didn't prove out. Other elements that we thought would hold the agreement together were the economic reconstruction, which was an incentive to Hanoi to make the choice in their Politburo that rather than gobbling up South Vietnam immediately, it would fall in their hands over time. They take the aid, take normalization, take the military agreement only, and there was debates in the Politburo to this effect, and observe the agreement, at least for several years. Finally, we thought the Chinese and the Soviets, who we had established relations with, we could use our new relationship with them, which they considered more important than their allies in Indochina, to help restrain and cut off supplies. Now, you could argue these were naive assumptions or wrong assumptions, but it was the combination of the military responses that I've outlined, economic incentives, and superpower diplomacy we thought could hold this thing together long enough so the South Vietnamese, through a negotiating process with the North, through some evolution over time, could determine their future. That was our judgment, and that was our hope. We were not naive about Hanoi's intentions, but we thought they might settle for the long run with economic aid, and in the long run the South Vietnamese might survive. Now, it didn't succeed, partly because the South Vietnamese had a corrupt government to a certain extent. Their army wasn't as good as we thought it was, even after Vietnamization. The Congress was in no mood to help and indeed cut off even economic, or at least military assistance. You could argue why they cut off bombing, but why they cut off military assistance is hard to defend. And so for all these reasons, the agreement fell apart. But when we made that agreement, we honestly felt we had an honorable agreement in part because we were giving the South Vietnamese a chance.
You thought that the four-party Joint Military Committee would be fully staffed and would work?
We knew it was going to be difficult. It was one of the elements, along with international supervision generally, that we would pursue as hard as we could. We were not naive, but we also felt it was the best deal we could get, better than people expected, and could hold up for the reasons I've outlined.
Ambassador Sullivan, you've had experience with, again, as I said earlier, with the efforts in Japan after the war.
Let me first address your question of secrecy. I thoroughly agree with everything you said. Implicit in the question, I guess, is the allegation that a great many families were not given facts because things were continued to be classified secret. I wasn't aware that that was the case. Is that what?
Sure, the families were asking were reparations offers made, economic offers made. The families were told that that everybody is back, that we're making all. I mean, in fact, I mean, we may reach.
As I said, I was out of the loop by this time by spring of '73 because I went off to the Philippines. But I don't understand any rationale for that policy. I agree with you. Now, the other question, did we consider that the South Vietnamese government had an opportunity, and more particularly, the question, did we expect the four-party military international control commissions would work. They could work only if the North Vietnamese chose to abide by the agreement. But the fact is that the North Vietnamese did not so choose.
And by the way, I'm asking, so that you don't have to drag it back 20 years, I'm asking for the purpose of trying to determine what we should do in 1992.
Well, you're getting more and more into this now because we have these same problems we're facing in ex-Yugoslavia and some of the other areas where we're interposing United Nations forces. All of those are going to work only if there is a clear understanding on the parties, on the part of the parties who agree to disengage and to cease fire, that they will continue it. In the case of North Vietnamese, it's clear that they had no intention.
Let me just say that when I myself argue that America's position should be to talk about political freedom in Vietnam today as part of our policy objective, I find myself sometimes arguing against people who now say that democracy and political freedom is impossible in Vietnam just because that's the nature of the people. Same people who were saying that self-determination for the people of South Vietnam was our policy objective for the war itself. And I'm trying to discover if you all believe then and believe now that some kind of self-determination and political freedom should be the goal for our policy today in Vietnam. And moreover, do you have any kind of a sense, as I do today, and again, it is a retrospective analysis, and I understand it's easy to do, that when we put the POWs and our withdrawal as a 1-2 condition, as opposed to talking about self-determination as the most important, and some kind of a compelling vision for the people of Vietnam at the moment we signed the treaty, which I find appallingly absent in all of this. No real description, as we heard, about Japan at the end of the war, of what this nation could become if this peace treaty was successful, and if the economic assistance were to occur, and if the peace itself were to hold. No description on behalf of the people of Vietnam. I tell you that for those of us who did fight in the war in Vietnam, we believe the Vietnamese people had the capacity for self-determination.
I would share that opinion, but again, I go back to the statement. We defeated the Japanese. They surrendered abjectly to us. We went in with an occupation and we imposed our vision on them, and they accepted it and found it better than what they'd had before.
Well,
I think in Vietnam...
I should ask you as well to insert in your own deposition, you made some reference to the fact that in the early days, in the early 1960s, it wasn't clear at all whether democracy would survive in Japan, and that one of the early rationales for our engagement in Indochina was based upon a desire to keep the sea lanes open to Japan itself.
Yes, absolutely. But that would have been force majeure that would have been brought upon them by an encirclement, largely by the Soviets and some by the Chinese. I think, again, that the Vietnamese people have the quality to become good, democratic people. I think that just 2 or 3 years ago, you saw a tendency led largely by Nguyen Co Thach and his group in the Politburo to change the political and economic culture of that country, which was then suppressed by the old members of the Politburo who threw Thach out. He still got some of his people in there. Some of us in Washington continue to see it. We've got the oil minister of Vietnam here right now. We still continue to see some of these people. I think there is a prospect of going back to that vision, particularly since they have lost their props from China and the Soviet Union. And of course, one of the, I feel, tragedies is we haven't moved to establish some sort of normalization with the Vietnamese so that we can accelerate that process rather than inhibit it.
Could I interject?
Could you give me your opinion? You were the ambassador in Germany at the time.
I must say this is one of the rare occasions on which I find myself in full disagreement with Bill. We brought down the Soviet Union by putting pressure on them, pressure like the containing of them in Vietnam, where they spent $50 billion that didn't go into the Soviet economy. And I think to now soften on them without obtaining the kind of commitment you want to political change would be a serious mistake.
But do you believe that the people of Vietnam have the capacity for self-determination?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe that political freedom should be on our agenda when we discuss anything with the Vietnamese government?
It isn't. We're not being true to ourselves.
Could I interject here, because I feel very strongly about this on a personal basis? The Senator may know that I'm chairman of the National Endowment for Democracy, so I am personally, together with colleagues, working for precisely that goal with programs directed at Vietnam and around the world. I do not believe in this double standard that Asians somehow, whether they're Chinese or Vietnamese, can't afford democracy. I think it's going to come. I think we should have it as an objective. So I want to make very clear my position on it.
If I could just interject, General, as we brought down the Soviet Union and as we placed pressure on China, though for many of our likings not enough, and as we have placed pressure on other countries, we've also had embassies in their cities and we've dealt with them. So, I mean, you know, may not want to give them credits, and we certainly don't want to give them the IMF, and there may be a lot of things we don't want to do, but it doesn't mean that we don't want to have a capacity to communicate our ideas and to gain information.
I would endorse that and say that the establishment of normal relations is not necessarily an endowment or a gift. It's something that will help us in our policy.
Yes, but I also think making them be accountable in this question that you're inquiring on, MIAs, should be a very firm condition, and I think
it is, and I think every member of this committee believes it ought to be.
Mr. Chairman, I just, very quickly, earlier I had engaged, I'm sorry to put you off here by interrupting, but earlier I engaged in discussion with Secretary Laird about the bombing in 1969, and there were some disputes as to his recollection, my recollection. I'd just like, at this moment, to have the opportunity to insert documentation as to what I was discussing earlier.
Without objection, that will be placed in the record. We're nearing sort of the bewitching hour for this panel. We're going to ask maybe a shortened round if senators do have additional questions. I don't know if they do, but I'd like to press a couple of things if I can. First of all, a meeting was referenced earlier in Paris in which we quote, or not quite a quote, but I paraphrase, we pressed the issue of the missing and the unaccounted for. Let me just say to you that we have the full text of the memorandum of conversation, that meeting here. And in fact, the so-called pressing amounts to the following statement by Dr. Kissinger. Now we would still like a sentence from you here. I don't understand why you can't give us, which says that the DRV has been informed that there are no U.S. prisoners being held in Laos, that all the prisoners held in Laos have been released. It would be very important for us. They say, I've acknowledged to you, Le Duc Do, I have acknowledged to you that all of them have been released. Dr. Kissinger, then why can't you write it down? That's it. That was the sort of pressing of the issue, if you will. And I think the record ought to show that, and we obviously have some questions about subsequent points of pressure. Do you want to comment, or yes, Mr. Aldridge?
Well, since I was there, I should comment to this extent. We did, out of the meeting, get the agreement of Le Duc Do that we could publicly say that they had undertaken to help us with the accounting in Laos. And that was a...
But did they?
I'm just saying...
I mean, you know, what they say they're going to do. You see, here's
yes,
where
it all fell apart.
Well, I understand it all fell apart, but we didn't exactly raise a hue and cry about that on the subject of these unaccounted for.
I agree. My memories and my notes on those meetings indicate that the principal discussions of non-return of prisoners related to the non-return of prisoners between the Vietnamese parties, not ours. Our concern, as expressed, was about the accounting in Laos. It was not a concern about non-return.
Okay. But at that time, there was an issue of non-returned.
Not in my view. I was not told there was any issue, sir.
You had no recollection of any issue at that time, then?
No, it was...
And no one had put in front of you at that time, in May, a question about people not accounted for in Laos?
It was not, as far as I can recall, ever suggested that to me, that prisoners in Laos had not been returned.
Well, then why would Dr. Kissinger have said, it's very important to us to have a sentence that says there are no U.S. prisoners being held in Laos? These are U.S. prisoners. This is the May meeting. I don't understand why you can't give us a sentence which says the DRV has been informed there are no U.S. prisoners being held in Laos.
that all prisoners held in Laos have been released. It would be very important for us.
Yeah. Curiously, my notes do not show that. My notes show that his only comment about it was about the need to have their help in the accounting.
Well, this is the verbatim transcript that will be made a part of our record. It's been released in full. But you see, that's what raises the question here in so many people's minds. I want to come back to a question. You know, I guess my question is really, how much fiction were we dealing with in this peace process in reality at that point in time? General Walters has used the word surrender. Mr. Lord, you and others have all acknowledged, as we do, we had very little leverage. There was a vast sigh of relief in the country. You, in fact, or Dr. Kissinger, referred in his writings to a misjudgment by the Vietnamese that they thought we would be stronger after the elections. It was Dr. Kissinger's judgment, and I'm sure he shared it with you, that we would be weaker after the elections, and that Congress was moving to do what it ultimately did. You knew that. You had to know that. You weren't negotiating after 3 or 4 years in a vacuum. You knew where the dynamics of the country were moving. And so the question sort of leaps out at me, knowing that, understanding all of this. How could you really have expected to enforce? How could you ever really have expected to leverage this? And wasn't it perhaps important to have a sentence saying all of them are back from Laos, because that was sort of part of this whole way of putting it behind us?
Well, I don't remember the context of that sentence. It may have been a way to try to pin some public accountability on the North Vietnamese. But leaving aside the sentence, I'd like to respond to the general point about our leverage and what our expectation was. I think knowing all the risks that we were heading into as 1973 began, none of us anticipated Watergate and how it would explode and totally wipe out Nixon's political leverage. And I think our analysis was that some of the crucial votes in the Congress that we used to defeat were lost this time, and it was partly because of the demoralization of the president's supporters. So this was an unanticipated factor, which, but I agree with what Winston said earlier, and it's very important. We signed this agreement believing that there was a balance of forces, and that if we did the right thing, we had a good chance to maintain it, and that there was a chance that the South Vietnamese, that the struggle within Vietnam would turn into some kind of political competition. There was a chance for this agreement to survive, but a lot depended on what we did.
Well, I accept that, and I think I said earlier, and I'm convinced from all the reading that I've been doing, that Watergate looms far larger in this than I had ever imagined. It's just a personal judgment, but I think it was very significant in shifting some of the dynamics. But I draw your attention to the following memorandum from the Secretary of Defense, then Elliot Richardson. And this was a memorandum that he wrote to Henry Kissinger regarding this very question of Laos. And he said, I recommend the President consider the following diplomatic track in order to gain some accounting of our men held/missing in Laos. A, after recovery of the last prisoners from North Vietnam, Hanoi should be advised unequivocally that we still hold them responsible for the return of all POWs being held in Indochina. And in this regard, any further minesweeping activity, as well as all future U.S. reconstruction assistance, should be described as wholly dependent upon the accounting for and/or release of U.S. prisoners being held in Laos. Not believed to be held, not deemed to be, but being held.
But had the 9 been released by that time?
This is 28 March, 1973.
I really don't remember the date. When were the 9 released?
Consistent with when they were released then? Same day that they were released.
Same day as what?
Same day as they were released.
That's the date of this memo?
From Laos, yes.
So when this...
Once again, North Vietnam should be clearly informed that an accounting for 10 men out of a total of more than 350 is considered unacceptable. In the meantime, about 28 March, a strong démarche should be made to the ranking LPF representative in Vientiane by the U.S. ambassador personally.
This initiative should plainly and forcefully assert that the United States will no longer play games with the POW issue in Laos. The LPF should be told that we know they hold U.S. prisoners, and we demand their immediate release, as well as an accounting and information on all those who may have died. Finally, the LPF should be advised that failure to provide a satisfactory answer could result in direct United States actions. Now, that is what he is recommending to Dr. Kissinger. Dr. Kissinger then goes to Paris, and according to the verbatim transcript, merely says, give us a sentence that says they're all accounted for.
Again, I was out of the loop as of February, essentially. I was not at these subsequent meetings.
Every time we get to the nitty-gritty here, people are out of the loop.
No, I'm not, look, I'm not...
No, I'm not.
I just can't comment on that particular...
Mr. Rodman, you were there, and Mr.
I was
Aldridge,
there.
you were there.
But I remember several days of meetings, both in May and in June. And is it the fact that that's the only reference to the POW issue?
Well, Dr. Kissinger wasn't there at all of them, was he? Isn't that right?
2 rounds round of meetings with Le Duc Tho in May and in June that produced the committee.
Well, did you put that to him? Did either of you put to him what Secretary of Defense Richardson suggested?
Is that the Secord memo that we're talking about?
No.
The Eagleburger?
It's a separate memo.
No, but this is the memo that Secretary Richardson sent to Kissinger that was the result of Eagleburger's memo, which General Secord wrote. Because I think the wording, some of the wording of that memorandum might not have been reflected what was a consensus view in the rest of the government.
Well, Secretary Richardson will be here. I do not know if he drew from the Eagleburger / Secord
I would guess that
inspired memo or not. I don't
drafted,
know that.
Well,
what information were you dealing with? I mean, is this accurate or is that inaccurate?
My recollection is that I remember no consensus like that in the U.S. government. I don't remember a dominant view in the government that people were still alive in Indochina.
So you don't recall personally ever putting it to Le Duc Tho or the people with whom you were dealing in that fashion?
That people were alive. I don't think that was well, you can ask Dr. Kissinger what his view was. I don't think, at least I did not believe people were still alive. I don't think that was the dominant view in the government. I think whoever drafted this piece of paper obviously felt that way, and it's reflected in the wording of it. But I just don't think we knew. I mean, it was wrong to state publicly that we knew they were all dead, but I think it may have also been wrong to state emphatically that we knew people
somebody
were alive.
was alive. Yeah. Well, didn't we carry, according to Ambassador Sullivan, some 20 people that we thought were held in Laos, correct?
No, they were throughout Indochina, I think predominantly in Vietnam. You mean the papers that we took to Hanoi?
February trip.
Yeah. They were primarily...
Well, Secretary Laird, I think, said 20 when he was here. 20 was the number they thought they carried for Laos.
Well, my
we had 80 names, and we maybe had 20
When did
files.
you leave? You left Laos?
I left Laos in '69.
69.
Yeah.
While you were in Paris, did you ever receive any hard numbers with respect to Laos?
No, and the only hard number that I have, not hard number, but the only number that I have seen was in some document that your staff presented to me during my deposition, in which Admiral Mora said that they had expected 41 from Laos when we got 9. Okay. Now, I don't know, again, this was a whole process of attempting to qualify whether people who were shot down and known to be alive were still extant by the time we got to 1973.
Let me just say that we are running under the gun here. Secretary Haig is here and has been waiting very patiently and has a plane that he has to catch at the back end of this. I know that none of you will be distressed to terminate this particular panel, but before I do, I want to make sure that no colleague has any critical area that they want to cover extremely quickly if we can.
I just have one question. Probably to you, Ambassador Sullivan. I'm not sure who was around at the time in May of '73, but April, May '73, when we resumed the bombing in Laos, do any of you have any direct information or any information whatsoever about losses in Laos, American losses in Laos during that period of time from March, April, May of '73?
By that time, I think I was on the Philippine track. I don't believe I was still associated with the operations.
Anybody?
So I have no information to answer your question.
I was involved in the Paris discussions, but I had no information about that.
If we were using F-111s and B-52s, it's certainly reasonable to assume that somebody might have been lost, as well as reconnaissance planes. I mean, I'm not saying we did, I'm just saying it's...
If it was in Laos, there was less possibility than in Vietnam because the anti-aircraft environment in Laos was not all that severe, particularly for B-52s. There would have been no way to touch them over Laos. I personally don't know because, but I'm sure that, I'm not sure, but you people must have documentation on that, don't you?
Well, no, I don't. I've been trying to get an answer on that, but I haven't gotten it yet.
I guess that's why you asked.
I'll keep trying. Thank you.
Gentlemen, could I ask each of you, and I'm confident you'll be willing to, but I just want to put in the record, we may well need to follow up in certain areas as we sort of sort out documents. A lot of the documents we have only received in the last 2 or 3 weeks. It could well be that as a consequence of testimony here over these next 2 days, as well as after staff's had a chance to view the documents, we'd have some subsequent questions. And so if you would submit as you have to the agony of today to a little longer, I think it'll help the committee draw some sensible conclusions at the end of this. Again, I really express the appreciation of the committee and the Senate for your being here today. I know this is an unpleasant task, but I think your testimony has been very, very helpful to us, and I think the committee is indeed gaining a much better sense of what the dynamics were and what was happening. We're very grateful to you for being here today. Thank you very, very much. If Secretary Haig could come forward. Thank you.
Okay.
It's the old boys' school here. Sure.
The conclusion, regardless of whether the intelligence was right or wrong.
Thanks for coming down. I really appreciate it. Sorry.
We learned a little Spanish in trying to communicate with your...
Listen, I've given your staff...
I was coaching it.
Mexican yes, if you can get to me yet. I've given them a proper address. I never got
Especially your linguistic
That's okay.
skills.
We knew that.
It's a great talent.
Didn't extend into that area.
Great talent. Thank you.
I agree with you. Your assessment. You know, you're... No, not him. I didn't mean for you to give me yours short. You got anything? Yeah. Anything you can get in writing on that, we'd like it. And as far as the experience they have.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I apologize very well.
Charles, 10,000 a day.
General, how are you? 10,000, I don't know.
10,000 a day. That's all right.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
I know. Listen, thank you very much. See you later.
Good to see you. Anytime you need more help.
Thank you. We need to move front.
I just want to say goodbye.
If we could come back to order. Mr. Secretary, if I could ask you as a formality for the committee, if you could stand to be sworn, as all witnesses are. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Mr. Secretary, if, again, my apologies for the delay. You've been very patient, and we appreciate it enormously. We're trying to fit in an enormous amount in the span of time that we have, and I know you know that's hard. If you could just, for the record, formally identify yourself and give us a sense of what you're currently doing, we will enter into the full record your distinguished resume and curricula.
Alexander M. Haig, Jr. I'm a retired public servant, military, executive branch service, former Secretary of State. I now run my own company, which is involved in international marketing, international construction, venture capital, merchant banking, and I've just finished a book and I give speeches, one of which I'll give here today.
Thank you very much. It's your opportunity. You're on.
Thank you, Senator. I do just want to be very quick and brief with some informal remarks. The first is I want to assure the members of the committee that I was not a negotiator as such. I think the panel you had here before me, with the exception of General Walters, were indeed heavily involved in the negotiations. I did from time to time sit in on them. I was not privy to all of the details associated with our negotiating positions, and generally was responsible during my time in the NSC as Dr. Kissinger's deputy with handling the rest of the world while he was dealing with that. But increasingly, as the peace treaty appeared within reach, President Nixon asked me to play a somewhat increased role. The facts are, however, that I had requested separation from the National Security Council and the opportunity to return to the military, which was my chosen career and which had been interrupted by White House service. That was scheduled to take place in October of '72. It did not actually occur till January of '73, but it did occur then. And so the events from January '73 until May 8th of that year, when President Nixon asked me to return as White House Chief of Staff, were not specifically known to me, with the exception of a visit to Saigon to try to explain the peace accords to President Chiu. And that was as Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, not a member of the NSC. Now, I disagree, quite frankly, Senator, with your observation that I heard earlier today that this is a narrow POW question. It cannot be. And if you look at it that way, you're going to derive some very erroneous judgments, I'm afraid, because the POW question was a part and parcel of the broader aspects of the Vietnam conflict and the environment in which the executive branch had to conduct its affairs. And that involves a great deal more than this important question of POWs and MIAs, and therefore I would very much hope that the members of the committee would not be involved in any final assessments without a very lengthy and extensive review of the evolution of our involvement in Vietnam and the policy deliberations in the broadest sense associated with that. Now, for that reason, I've given to each member of the committee some excerpts from a book I've just written, which was a unique perspective on Vietnam, because unlike most Americans, I had the advantage or disadvantage, and it's a mixed bag, of having participated in the Kennedy administration, the Johnson administration, at a very high level, as Deputy Special Assistant to the Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, and the Deputy Secretary of Defense at the time, Cy Vance. I was intimately involved in the events associated with the Gulf of Tonkin raid and the consequences of that raid with respect to our involvement. Following that, I participated in the conflict as a Division S3, a battalion, and a brigade commander of the infantry of the 1st Infantry Division. So I saw the conflict from the battlefield. After that, I had the opportunity, as I've just pointed out, of participating in a great deal of the wind down of that war. And my book touches upon all of these things from the broadest perspective, the interest of the American people. And I do hope that the members of the committee will take the time to review it as at least one man's perspective who was there of what this issue is all about. Now, I make no bones about being somewhat concerned about the deliberations of this committee. And I say that for several reasons. First, because I would regret if in any of these deliberations we added more anguish to the families of those who served our country so honorably in Vietnam and who remain in the missing in action category. I think that would be a tragedy, and I know the committee is very sensitive to that, and I just add my own observation and wait to that particular point. The second observation I would make is...
Could you share with us a little more about what would do that?
Pardon?
What would do that?
Well, I think the suggestion, without hard fact and information, that there are people being withheld against their will, without appropriate evidence to support it, would be a very serious mistake. I've been very close to Jack Vesey over the years as he's worked this problem. I have great confidence in him, and I think he shares my view that this is a dangerous potential outcome.
I don't think anybody on the committee
of these hearings
has. I don't think the committee has any acknowledge. I'm not sure. I'll speak for myself, but I don't believe anybody on the committee has suggested that there is any evidence in front of the committee that somebody that we know of by name or specifically is alive and being held today.
All right, that is helpful. Then the second concern I have has to do with some observations that were made in the preceding panel, and that is that the culprits in this dilemma that you face are in Hanoi. And if anything in these hearings would suggest that we are taking them off the hook for their duplicity, their culpability, and their failure to abide by international agreements, that would be a historic tragedy, and I think the committee must avoid that, and I think you're all conscious of that as well. Now, the third point I would make is that having listened to the last panel, despite your reassurances, Senator, I think there's a strong connotation of looking for some scapegoat. Now, if you're looking for a scapegoat, I'll just give you my own personal observation, and having been involved in this conflict for so long, that there were terrible mistakes made, unconscionable mistakes, primarily in the early period of the war, before I went to Vietnam. When the Nixon administration came in, the erosion of public and, above all, legislative support for anything we were doing had been seriously eroded. Had President Nixon acted immediately to do what he did ultimately in the spring of '72 and again in Christmas of '72 and '3, I think the war would have ended. Our prisoners all would have been returned without controversy or doubt that they had been, and that there would have been an honorable extraction of the United States from an involvement that was begun wrong and ended wrong and tragically. Now, having said those things, I would hope that as the committee goes on and dissects and bisects little pieces and scribbles and releases from the NSC and from state, some of which are blacked out that I've read, don't lose sight of the big picture and why we got into the mess we got into, And if you can come out of this dedicated to never let it happen again in the future, then your deliberations would have been worth the salt. As it turns out, I hope it does not become a politically motivated part of the quadrennial silly season in America. And once in a while, from the leaks that I've seen from this committee, I would suggest that that may be the case and it would be wrong.
Said it?
I've said my piece.
Well, Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Let me say to you that I am a little bit taken aback and perhaps even a little bit stunned that you assert that we ought to go back and consider the whole mishmash. Frankly, we've been trying to avoid that. I'm not quite sure what the relevancy is of some of the choices and decisions made in 63, 4, 5, 6, 7, so forth, to the issue of once you had entered negotiations, whether or not you got all your prisoners back. I mean, it seems to me we want to be careful. You know, I go back and, you know, reference Neil Sheehan's book, and we can talk about early reporting from Vietnam and what he called the bright shining lie, and we can have a huge debate about Vietnam. It's engulfed this nation. That's not what we're here for. Now, if you can show me the relevancy to this decision we must make of whether or not somebody is alive today, whether or not they could be alive, were they alive in the 80s or 70s, did we know there were some folks there? If you can show me the relevancy of all that earlier stuff to that, I'd be happy to deliberate it.
Yeah, let me answer that, Senator, because it's a very important and a very good question. The point I'm trying to make is that when you ask a witness here at this table why President Nixon lied to the American people as to whether or not there were American prisoners held against their will or whether they were all dead or were not, you have really asked some very, very difficult questions that are difficult to answer out of context. And I heard a few answers out of context in the previous panel.
Well, we'd love it if you could.
Also heard some very good answers.
Can you clarify for us?
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that what is the purpose of this hearing? Is your purpose to relieve families of the agony that they've lived with for too long? Is your purpose to find out whether or not one or another public official may not have been as acute in his judgments at a difficult time than you would like him to have been in hindsight? What is exactly the purpose of this?
Well, let me explain it to you. I'd be happy to, and it's a fair question. And not only you, but any American ought to understand what we're doing here. We're not, and I acknowledged in my opening statement, and I acknowledge every day, it's a fine line in terms of trying to get at the truth here and not winding up saying, you know, why'd you do that or this? But that's the essence of what we've been charged to do. I mean, there is a need to understand why or if a president didn't tell the truth to the American people. And that's fundamental to our constitutional system.
Well, that's right. And unless incidentally, on that issue, I was not in the White House at the time.
Well, I understand, but let me just finish
I think there was a differentiation between MIA and POW in the president's speech, if my memory...
Now, the president said all our prisoners of war are coming home. Nobody used the word MIA, but let me just finish
it. Totally dissatisfied with the accounting of MIAs. I think that was the position. Now, I wasn't there.
Well, sir, let me ask you this.
I'm not trying to defend myself, but rather an innocent who's not here to...
Do you believe that the Vietnamese have given a full accounting?
Of course not.
Then that's why we're here.
Well, now, what are you going to do with that information?
Well...
Are you going to bomb Hanoi?
We're going to try to shed light on the decision-making process that has led us to this point 20 years later.
Well, then that's why I also suggest that you ought to make this a little broader, because if we're going to be looking for a decision-making process that's flawed or correct or incorrect, we've got to look at this thing through the full scope of the constraints that were applied to policymaking. And
Well,
that goes well
that.
beyond the POW question.
Mr. Secretary, let me just say to you that if you had been here, I'm not sure that you were, I acknowledged and have acknowledged since day one of these hearings that Dr. Kissinger and Richard Nixon and this nation labored in very difficult circumstances. I would be a fool if I did not acknowledge that we were negotiating with very little leverage. Now, there are a lot of reasons for why we got to where we were in 1972, and I know I don't need to educate you about them. President Nixon ran in 1968 on a peace platform, and indeed, no sooner was he elected than he began withdrawing troops. Our withdrawal was forestated in 1968. For 4 more years, the war went on. More prisoners were created. And finally, we negotiated with a recognition that the country was fed up, and the South Vietnamese were going to either stand alone or fall alone, with enormous military support, I might add, from us. Billions of dollars, airplanes, guns, weapons, and everything else. Now, that's where we got to. We're here 20 years later trying to understand, in the dynamics of where we got to, whether or not we got our prisoners out. Now, it was not Senator Kerry or Smith or anybody else who made the statements of 1972 that we're going to have the fullest possible accounting. That was our policy. It was not us who stated that we don't have all our prisoners back. That was in memos that your colleagues in government created. The families, however, knew this. And for 20 years, they have sought an honest accounting from us. So we're here today to do that, and I'm sure you are sympathetic with that. I'd like to get on with the business of understanding.
Yeah, I think our debate could go on forever, Senator.
Well, it's not a debate. I mean, are you debating with the notion that we should have a full accounting?
I think that you cannot consider this POW question without a full and thorough grasp.
Are you suggesting that there is...
the circumstances under which negotiations were conducted in 1972 and
That's what we're here for. Would you please share with us? Would you please share with us?
I'm prepared to.
Would you please tell us what the circumstances were that might have justified our not getting the full accounting in 1973?
Right, assuming that was the case, and I'm inclined to believe that it was.
You've told me that we're here because we didn't get a full accounting.
I'm inclined to believe that it was.
You believe it was a full accounting?
No, I do not. I said that a few moments ago.
What then were the circumstances of 1972?
Well, first, let me start out by saying that in 1969, when I again resumed close contact at the policy level with this issue, we had an administration that began a negotiating process with the North Vietnamese. They also began Vietnamization, which was a term conceived and driven and conceptualized by Mel Laird, who's been before this committee. And that process began very, very early on, and withdrawals began in accordance with it, sometimes slowed up, sometimes expedited. Now, in that period of time, the efforts to negotiate for months and months in Paris by Dr. Kissinger were met with a straight arm. I think Win Lord said at the last hour that the essence of that straight arm was a coalition government, the overthrow of the Thieu regime, and circumstances that would have permitted the unbridled continued presence of North Vietnamese forces in the South, which they denied even existed. Now, that went on until the spring of 1972. At that time, I think the President's patience had run out completely, and I think it was the consensus of those who advised President Nixon that Hanoi was simply not going to negotiate against a background of declining American support, threats from the legislature of the United States, which encompassed almost everything from date-certain withdrawal mandates to a total cutoff of the resources necessary to conduct that conflict. And I happen to think that was, if anyone wants to look at some potentially very bad policy making, they ought to investigate the legislature at that time and who took what positions and why their contributions were deleterious to the interests of our POWs. Now, having said that, It was at that time that the decision was made to do what no other president has done: bomb Hanoi, mine Haiphong. Even against the threat that was believed by Dr. Kissinger and a number of others around President Nixon that the Soviets would cancel the summit, which was so important in terms of world peace, the Vietnam issue, to say nothing of the success of the presidency. Now, I was a strong advocate for that bombing. The minute it started, we began to pick up some signs that Hanoi may be willing to talk more clearly. It was by August of that same summer that the suggestions came from Hanoi that they were indeed ready to seriously negotiate. And that led up to that round in October, which you've discussed in the committee. Now, in that round in October, for reasons which I suppose you could associate with any number of things, every concession was suddenly withdrawn. And the president was forced again, against massive opposition in the Congress, in the press, and within his own administration, I may add, in the executive branch, state, defense. He went ahead and launched that bombing. Now, it was in the wake of that bombing that Hanoi sent another message they were ready to sit down and negotiate. And that is when the peace treaty was formulated and the results, which people prematurely celebrated, including the return of some POWs, was concluded. And the point I'm trying to make here is that that bombing was halted in January against the face of an impeachment vote in a returning Congress and the immediate cutoff of all resources for the conduct of the war. I, for one, told President Nixon at the time, let them impeach you and go out of office with your head high because you're right. Everybody else around the president said, you simply cannot do this, you're defeating your own purposes. So the bombing halted, and the negotiations began at a time when Hanoi could see clearly that the Congress, the American people, and the American psyche no longer had the stomach to do what it had to do. So the risks were taken in an increasingly constrained environment to accept things which I frankly was quite skeptical about, but which I think the negotiators convinced themselves were acceptable. You heard that in the period just previous to this session. And I had difficulty with it, but I frankly could not conclude any other solution because military action was then out of the question. Now, needless to say, I came back to the White House in May. It was a month later that the legislature dictated the termination of all sanctions against Hanoi. That told Hanoi that no matter what they did, they could do it with impunity as far as the United States was concerned. And I think it was one of the most mindless acts ever perpetrated by a Congress in this country. And it had some support from the executive branch, incidentally, in what it did. Secondly, I think Win Lord said that we had four things that probably led to the belief that we could accept the risks associated with the agreement. One was that we were working with Moscow. China had broken, and contrary to the conventional logic here in Washington, China did not want us to lose in Vietnam. They did not want us to withdraw. They saw it as a Soviet-manipulated imperialistic war, which is precisely what it was. So that was one very important consideration. We felt we could pressure Moscow to reduce their level of support. Secondly, we believe that for better or worse, if the Congress continued to support the level of military supply and equipment called for in the agreement, called for in every speech the President gave, that Hanoi had a fight, or Saigon had a fighting chance. Yeah, that's an acceptable solution. I personally was very skeptical because of the continued presence of North Vietnamese in the South. And that was the key issue that bothered President Chiu, incidentally. Finally, as an American, it was inconceivable to me, even at that late date, having been through all of the agonies of this conflict, that the American Congress wouldn't support the President in taking vigorous action in the face of a blatant violation, which ultimately occurred in '75. As you know, we invited that by cutting off all the support. Now, these are macro issues about which I feel very strongly and was intimately involved. The micro issues of the negotiations past January, unfortunately, I was not.
Well, the macro issues obviously bear on the dynamics of the negotiation. We've acknowledged that all along, Mr. Secretary. It'd be naive of us not to acknowledge that. On the other hand, you know, it's kind of hopeless to get into a debate about how the war by 1973 might have been fought and won. I mean, this is a war that began almost 10 years, 11 years earlier. It's not as if this country wasn't given quite an opportunity over time to win it. It was the longest war in American history.
No question, but let me tell you,
I think it's
had we gone on with the bombing and the mining for another 60 to 90 days, we would have had a withdrawal of North Vietnamese forces from South Vietnam and a return, without question, of all our POWs.
Well,
if we had done it.
Mr. Secretary,
that's a big if.
There were many ifs and many propositions, from Secretary McNamara, who said it'll be over in a few days, to so-and-so who said it'll be over.
I heard all that.
You remember the light at the end of the tunnel. That's why this is a fruitless debate for us. This is not where we should go with this. We should discuss, in the context we found ourselves in, however miserable it was, however onerous to you as a general and a patriot and somebody who likes to win. And believe me, I tell you, 3 people here wore the uniform, like to win. And we would have preferred it. I went over there to win.
You didn't come back that way.
Well, a lot of reasons why. That's absolutely accurate, sir. Absolutely accurate.
I'm not getting into that. That's another issue.
Well, it's not. It's very relevant. I'm happy to discuss it. That's exactly correct. I did not.
Well, if you're leaving this open for that kind of thing,
but the debate should not be about that, Mr. Secretary. The debate is about what happened in this country in our attempt to get our prisoners back, and where families dealt with honestly, where the American people dealt with honestly. That's what we're here to find out. We're not here, as I've said again and again, to rehash the war, to renegotiate the agreement. We want to know what decisions were available to us and how we might have made choices to get them back. Now, you've said we didn't get a full accounting. All we're trying to do is understand why we weren't able to get that full accounting. Was there anything disingenuous in that process of not getting it? Were we lied to? Were families not told the truth? Was it inadvertent? Was it simply impossible as a consequence of the circumstances you've described? Now, I've taken up more than my time here, but I would ask you what it was that prevented us, once we knew that we didn't have a full accounting, from going to the American people and raising their consciousness around that reality. Would people not have coalesced around the notion that they were not giving back Americans who were supposed to come home?
Well, the answer is all of the above. All of those issues that you brought in your question, I think, made a contribution. All of them. Of course we were lied to. But what was new about that? We knew that. You knew that.
So is that okay?
You knew it in 1972 when you testified before the Foreign Relations Committee that you'd been in touch with the parties. That meaning Hanoi and the Viet Cong, a myth.
1971.
71, and that you were calling for an immediate, unconditional withdrawal.
No, not
with
unconditional.
The assurance that we'd get our prisoners back after we got out.
No, that's not accurate, sir.
Well, I think I can read it, and we'll let
It's not accurate that it was without
judge.
a process for the return of the prisoners. In fact, every statement we ever made was conditioned on the return of the prisoners. It was always conditioned. I can quote you countless books and countless public statements.
May I read
I'd be
it?
happy to get 10 of them.
May I enter this into the record?
If this
My
is the
feeling,
debate you
Senator,
insist on.
Is undoubtedly this Congress, and I don't mean to sound pessimistic, but I would not believe that this Congress will in fact end the war as we would like to, which is immediately and unilaterally, and therefore, if I were to speak, I would say we should set a date, and that date obviously would be the earliest possible date. But I would say in answering that I do not believe it is necessary to stall any longer. I've been to Paris. I've talked to both the delegations at the peace talks, meaning, that is to say, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and the Provisional Revolutionary Government, and of all 8 of Madame Bin's points, it has been stated time and time again, as it was stated by Senator Vance Hartke when he returned from Paris, has been stated by many other officials, that if this government were to set a date for withdrawal, the prisoners of war would be returned.
May I say to you, Mr. Secretary,
I have a hard time reading it any other way, Senator.
Mr. Secretary, that is precisely what we did. That is exactly what Richard Nixon did. That is what you were part of.
I don't agree with that.
I beg to differ with you, sir.
No.
We set a date. We set a date for the complete withdrawal of troops, and we set a process for the return of our prisoners.
Not at all. We did not do it that way at all.
We set a specific...
We negotiated a solution under the pressure of American military power, which was terminated, unfortunately, prematurely.
And that is precisely what I advocated 4/18/1971 on Meet the Press, quote, "The moment we set a date for withdrawal from South Vietnam, we will negotiate the return of prisoners. Our troops will be permitted to return to this country without a shot being fired on them." That was 1971. We could have done in 1971 what we wound up doing in 1973, and a lot of names wouldn't be on the wall today, sir.
Well, that's where you and
we
I
can
disagree,
debate that.
totally.
I don't need to debate. It's exactly what we did, General.
Let's agree to
Richard
disagree.
Nixon
I think
set
you're
a
wrong.
date, and Richard Nixon supposedly negotiated the return of the prisoners.
I think you are totally wrong. And my experience would suggest to me you are absolutely wrong.
Well, tell me what we did do. How did we get out?
We brought military power to bear on an intransigent enemy.
How did we get out, sir?
Refused to do anything.
How did our troops come home? What
They
did we
came
do?
home because we bombed Hanoi and mined Haiphong.
Did we set a
and they
date?
were afraid that President Nixon might do more.
Did we set a date for our troops to come home?
Yeah, but you're lawyering.
Did we set a date?
Of course we did.
That's exactly what I said to
After
do.
we sat down at
Did
the
our
table
troops come home after we set a
with
date?
a request from Hanoi to rejoin the negotiations.
Did our
Very
troops,
different than what you
did our
unilaterally
troops,
recommended.
Did our troops come home?
I hope all came home.
Did our prisoners all come home?
I hope they did.
But you think they didn't?
I have never, for a moment, accepted assurances from Hanoi, and I don't believe any president of the United States could ever do that, and that any evidence we ever get to the contrary must be investigated, as it has been, with the greatest care.
Well, here,
but
my
I
friend,
don't accept the thought that officials of the government with whom I worked during my time would willingly have ever accepted any other solution than the withdrawal of our POWs. And the inference that they've done otherwise is a disservice.
Well, let me correct you again on something else. And as a former Secretary of State, I'm somewhat astonished you're not aware of this. This is Dr. Kissinger, and these are the minutes of the meeting. And this is August 1st date that was set. Quote, Dr. Kissinger, number 1, point. Dr. Kissinger interrupts the North Vietnamese translator, and this is what he proposes. The withdrawal of all U.S. forces and other foreign forces allied with the government of Vietnam will be completed by August 1st, 1972, provided that the final agreement based on the principles in this statement is signed by November 1st. The terminal date for U.S. and allied withdrawal will be advanced if the agreement is signed earlier. This was tabled by Dr. Kissinger in 1971, exactly the moment that I suggested it. It was in secrecy. He denied they were doing it publicly.
but it was done privately. The very thing that I suggested. I rest my case. Senator Smith.
It's kind of hard to get back to the mundane after that exchange. I guess somebody said something about the light at the end of the tunnel. It's a long tunnel. I suppose if take my political lick here, if we had elected Barry Goldwater in 1964, there'd have been a lot less names on the wall and we would have won the war. But
I agree.
That's history, and I don't disagree with your assessment of the conduct of the war, and I think those of us that fought in it would understand that, since we couldn't understand it either. I remember in the Gulf of Tonkin during the bombing, some bombing raids off aircraft carriers, and we had Viet Cong out in the waters, and we really didn't have anything on board to deal with them except huge nuclear, we had nuclear missiles, which we weren't using. So, there are a lot of things about the war that bother us, and as you can see, it's still there. It's a bitter war, and a bitter aftermath. My question, I think, let me just, before I give you a question, General, I think that what I sensed in your opening remarks may have been, and I can understand why, back in the early days when Congress was thwarting your efforts, or not in the early days, but in the days when you were there, you felt thwarting your efforts, and I felt as well, in some ways thwarting the efforts to end the war, putting pressure on those who would have liked to have ended it in an honorable way. But this isn't the same Congress. It might be the same party controlling it, but it's not the same Congress.
I hope you can assure me of that.
Well, speaking for myself as one member of the committee, and I wrote the legislation to create the committee, the purpose here, I think, is to try to get a resolution, to try to get the truth as to what happened regarding these men. Now, the Congress of the United States has oversight responsibility in that, and I don't think anybody, I'm not personally trying to cast any blame at all on anybody. I'm simply trying to get the truth, and I think what comes out is that the best information that our people had at the conclusion of the war from our intelligence people, CIA, DOD, was that there were prisoners that were unaccounted for at the time the accords were signed, and especially in Laos, but even some discrepancy cases in Vietnam and maybe more. And I don't think that's been explained to the American people. Maybe these hearings should have been held 20 years ago or certainly 15 years ago. It's never been explained to the American people, and I think especially the families deserve an explanation as to what happened. That's all I'm saying. I have a question. You made let me see if I can find the date here. Some May of 1986, I think, might have been on 2020, but that's the information I have anyway. You said in response to a question, and this is a quote, that a possible consequence of America's thirst to turn a page on Vietnam was leaving men behind. And you said, of course, that was a possible consequence, but the concern was for the greater good, the return of the men who were ready, and there could be no denial about that, and to continue to pursue. To return the men who were ready, is there some greater good over and above POWs who may have been left behind? Is that what you're... I hope
that's not what you read. I mean, you've taken what I've said out of context, because I never would accept the premise that we can leave people behind.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because
of course not.
Okay.
No, and let me answer another question, Senator.
Well,
a Yugoslav said to me the other day, he said, "Do you know what the Cold War was, General?" I said, "No, what was it?" He said, "It was a war you Americans refused to win and that the Russians refused to lose." And I think history will confirm that that wasn't too far off the mark.
The issue is here, we did refuse to win.
That's right.
And a lot of good people lost lives and limbs as a result of it, and a lot of people have some severe psychological damages, as you know, as a result of it, and it still lives on. But I think if you're going to ask, and I'm not this is not challenging you, you would agree with this, but just to get it on the record, I think if you're going to ask young men and women to serve in the future, you have to give them and their families the assurances that we will seek all information we can. Now, those answers are in Hanoi and in Vientiane. I don't doubt it at all in what you said. But, you know, we hear comments about maybe we should normalize, or maybe, you know, they're good guys, let's move on, and then we hear that they're duplicitous and they're not, you know, they're not being forthcoming, and I think the latter is the case. But the question here for us is to try to determine why we simply ignored all of the intelligence that we had and made statements to the contrary that everybody was back. I mean, that's what happened. Now, I'm not saying that was done in a manner that may, for example, let me see if I can explain what I mean. If there were two agreements, and I think there were, one with Vietnam and one with Laos, the only problem is the one with Laos we really didn't get involved in. It was a side agreement, and we didn't get involved in it. I can understand Watergate, political pressures, protests, Congress voting to cut off the money. So the President might say, let's sign it, let's cut, and maybe this other agreement will be signed, we'll get the prisoners back from Laos. But privately, there was reference to prisoners in Laos, but publicly there was not, and I think families were misled by that. Maybe not deliberately, but I think they were misled by it. And that's my point.
Well, I can't act as an apologist for statements that were made after January, and I won't attempt to do that, but I will make some observations. The first is, I don't believe Dr. Kissinger or President Nixon or anyone involved in these negotiations ever took a position that in their intellectual anguish they did not believe was going to improve the prospects of getting our prisoners out rather than impede that process. Now, I believe that because I've worked with these men for 4 bloody years against a tide of public and legislative opinion that to me was mind-boggling and remains that way. So I admit I'm operating on a little bit of faith. But again, I say, what can one say to a question like you asked unless they negotiated? Now, you're going to have Dr. Kissinger here tomorrow, and I am absolutely confident that he'll answer your questions with all of the precision and rationality that I attribute to him, and that's quite a bit.
The American people, I believe, are a great people, and I think they'll accept anything as long as they're told the truth. I mean, and that's all we're asking. We're not. I agree with you. There could be 500 people in Vietnam and Laos. There could be none. But the point is, if we would just tell the American, the reason why the committee's in existence, the reason why you're here, and the reason why the debate is still raging, is because the American people do not believe that their government has told them the truth. That's not the first time that the United States government has not told the truth to the American people. I could recite 25 things off the top of my head.
Yeah, I got a little trouble with the statement that the American people don't believe that the government has told them the truth. I think we can create that problem, and we're in the process of trying to do it, and that's one of the reasons I'm so upset about some of the leaks out of this hearing. But be that as it may, I don't see this as that kind of an issue. I think the issue and the obligation we have is to the families, those who have paid the price, not you and I who can sit here and pontificate until hell freezes over. And if we add to their agony without a finite solution for their problem, then I think we're being a little short-sighted. And second, let me tell you, the burden of proof is on this committee to find a piece of evidence which confirms that indeed this innuendo is a fact, and I haven't seen that. If you have, by God, I'll join you and march down Pennsylvania Avenue with you.
Well, we just had
But you haven't.
We just had Secretary Schlesinger say he believed that people were left behind, that we didn't account for people. We had all of those in the intelligence community and in the Defense Department indicating that they had passed
Jim
information
Schlesinger
on to the policy.
is a wonderful friend, but did you ask him, where's your proof?
Well, what is proof? What do you want? Somebody to walk out and say, here I am? Is that proof?
Somebody that can confirm undeniably, under oath, that they have. And I'm not aware, because I do know this. I know of no subject that's gotten more attention or the expenditure of more resources, not just in the Nixon years or in the Ford years, but also in the Carter and in the Reagan years, and with an increasing level of intensity, which I welcome. I welcome this, providing we don't create a cottage industry that preys off the minds and the compassion and the agonies of the families. And I don't like that, and I think it's wrong.
So you think that's what this committee is doing?
No, but I think it risks supporting that process, which has been underway in this country for a long time.
How about if you're wrong and those who say there are people alive are right? Does that make the effort worth it?
Well, it depends on the level and degree of public exposure and of hoopla, and the expenditure of funds should be associated directly to the amount of evidence that one has.
Well, I'll yield in just a second. You know, again, we get into these definitions of hard evidence and ironclad evidence and evidence. You know, not to editorialize on it at all. I'll just say that we've got hundreds of live sighting reports that have not been all debunked. We've got some other types of intelligence which we'll be getting into in a couple of weeks. We've had, I mean, where's the proof that the men we did know were alive are now dead? Where's that proof? Why don't you put the same?
Well,
why don't you put the same burden on that? In other words, where are they?
The same suspicion I have, I put on another foot, and that is that the enemy that we fought cared nothing about the lives of human beings, including their own. And I saw it on the battlefield, as you did. So, but to me, they are not going to risk, at this juncture in their history, the retention of Americans against their will, because the risks of being uncovered are too great for them. Now, would that have been true in 1973? I doubt it, because at that time they knew the Americans were going to withdraw and they were going to have their cake and eat it too. And keeping POWs might have been of some advantage in order to leverage us for additional monies to rebuild their country. And if there were people held at that time, I would suggest that that was probably the motive. But it would also seem to me, Senator, that after 20 years of investigation, and I give great credit to the CIA, to the DIA, who have been the primary receptacles of this problem, 2 secretaries of defense of all parties. They've done it. I've known, I've worked with them. It just seems to me that had there been a case like that, we would have had something harder than what we have today. Doesn't mean it isn't true. I'd be the last to say that. It doesn't mean you might not turn it up next week. All I'm saying is, be careful about impugning the motives of public officials who fought so hard and so long and so patriotically to do what they did. And I'm not giving you a mea culpa for me, because I wasn't involved. And let me tell you, if they had followed my advice, we wouldn't be here today.
Oh, you?
Senator Kerry. Well, I damn near wasn't here today.
That's right.
Well,
I joined that too, because I got hit a few times myself.
Mr. Secretary, I mean, let me first of all deal with your assertion that we perhaps are not being balanced enough in our regard to the North Vietnamese, today the Vietnamese government. I've never suffered under the illusion that they would tell the truth. I've never suffered under the illusion that, in fact, current negotiations with the Vietnamese government would be terribly productive in getting a full accounting of remaining POWs and MIAs. I've never suffered under that illusion. In fact, I'm rather surprised in looking at the negotiations that occurred at the time that a representation made by the North Vietnamese, don't worry, we'll take care of Laos, was all that was required to get the Americans to say, okay, we'll accept your representation, that full accounting in Laos will occur as a side agreement. I mean, it wasn't me, General. that was negotiating at the time. And I will say...
For me, thank God.
Well, you were somewhere closer to it than I was.
No.
I mean, you were a member of Dr. Kissinger's staff for 18 months from 1969 till late 1970.
More than that, till January of 73, but really till October of 72.
It's clear that on August 16th of 1971 that the United States agreed with the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, North Vietnam. It's clear that on the 16th of August, 1971, we agreed that an exchange of lists was all that was required on the date that we signed the agreement. Now, I'm the one that's surprised that we agreed to it. The questioning that we've had has been as to why you trusted it, not as to why we. I personally don't trust the government of Vietnam today, nor certainly then.
Yeah.
And let me also deal with one of the questions that you asked as to why this committee is doing. This committee may never get to the bottom of it. It may feel as if we're looking for a scapegoat, since we're looking in your direction from time to time.
Not mine.
Oh, yes, we are.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. Now it'll be twice as offensive. And now let me answer your speech.
No. Let me finish this statement here, with all due respect, Mr. Secretary. I mean, I'm not. I don't have you in my sights or anything like that.
Well, I hope not, because you may have a crooked barrel.
Well, we'll see, won't we? I find myself, nonetheless, listening to you asking why this committee is formed and what it is that we're trying to do, reaching the conclusion that though we may never get to the bottom of it, because it's going to be rather difficult for us to unravel all the details, and by the way, provide the broad context, because the context kept changing. The context was different in '68 than it was in '72. It kept changing. It's different today than it was 20 years ago. We may never clearly get to the bottom of it. But the one service this committee has performed, I believe admirably, is to provide the American people with the information upon which they can make the decision. As I said, it doesn't surprise me that the North Vietnamese would either lie to their people and to us, or withhold information from their people or from us. But it seems to me that it's reasonable for me to conclude that I should have a higher standard for our own government. And thus the release of the information, redacted and carefully examined, the decision by President Bush to release that information, pressured by this committee to do so, I think has performed a very valuable service, even though we may never get, as I said, to the bottom of it. I must say, though, and then I'll let you jump in and respond. I mean, I must say that had that information been provided in 1973, had we just said to the American people, here are the facts, and here's what we know and what we don't know, I think the outcome also would have been much different over the next 19 years.
Well, Senator, first, let me suggest to you that I didn't suggest in my comments what you said I suggested. I said the committee must be very, very wary, must be very careful to avoid giving Hanoi a sense of support for their duplicity by trying to suggest that the problems rested here in Washington and not in Hanoi, and that's important. I said that the committee must avoid raising the hopes of families yet again, and at this point it can't be hopes, it can be nothing but anguish and agony, that there are POWs being held against their will, and that's a very important thing. And thirdly, I made the point, and you just made it for me, that, you know, you cannot talk about Dr. Kissinger this or President Nixon that, or even Al Haig, who probably left the NSC because I was uncomfortable about the peace accords, and who's not known as somebody who goes along with things he doesn't like. I left President Reagan because he was doing things I didn't like. He didn't fire me, I left him. Now, and I do the same thing with this committee. So what I'm telling you is you have to avoid this, and I'm a man that knows something about Vietnam and the issues, and I'm reading the press, and the leaks coming out of this committee in Time magazine and elsewhere that suggest that you're on a headhunting mission against Dr. Kissinger, President Nixon, or perhaps Al Haig. And if you are, I am appalled that the committee would assume such a role.
Well, has there been anything today in defense of this committee, anything that suggests that that's the way today has been conducted?
I just heard something.
Please.
No, but you...
You said I was in your sights. And I said, you be careful you doesn't have a hairpin barrel.
Well, I apologize, Mr. Secretary, that you were on Dr. Kissinger's staff and that you were involved. We are charged with the responsibility for examining the record. And you yourself, Mr. Secretary, you yourself directed this committee to examine the larger context. And now, when we examine the larger context, because it includes you, you get defensive.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, you did, Mr. Secretary. With all due respect, you became defensive. I'm not suggesting that you were in the crosshairs of my sight. I'm not saying that somehow I'm going to get you.
Well, you're reading...
I'm examining the record.
You're reading those things, and you just read that to me, and I heard it. And let's look at the record. You copied it. We know what the record will say, and if you didn't say it, then I'm wrong. But I think you did. And be that as it may, it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the broader issues. What I'm saying is be sure you know the constraints that existed, because it's my personal judgment, maybe wrong, maybe naive, that Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon never made a decision that they didn't think, with some probably minor exceptions, was not dedicated to the proposition that we want to get our prisoners out, all of them, as quickly as possible. And I believe that. So that's my contribution to your deliberation.
Let me ask you two quick questions here, because I would like to get to both the larger context and some idea as well of the facts in that era. In your view, would the United States have signed the accords in 1973, had two continued even after the December bombing, had two said, we're not going to sign these accords even after concessions have been made on the part of the North as a consequence of the December bombings? In your opinion, would the United States have signed anyway?
I can't say that because, as you know, if you look at the record, we did tell President Chu that we were going with him or without him. And unfortunately, I had the horrible onus of having to bear that message, and I did.
I was rather amused, in fact, to see that to get the North Vietnamese to move, we would drop 100,000 tons of bombs, and to get South Vietnam to move, we sent you. And that, apparently, they regarded you as great a force. So it seems to me that that in 1973, that there was a great deal of public movement, be it, you said it's Congress, there was a great deal of public movement to end it, the war. And that the ending of the war, the question that I'm trying to get at, the larger context that I'm trying to get at, whether it's Congress, whether it's the people themselves, it seems to me that the number one objective at that particular time was to end it.
It's a very difficult thing to say, Senator. I mean, I lived in this town a few months ago, as you did, when President Bush was faced with overwhelming opposition on what he did in Kuwait, even from his Republican colleagues. And he went to the American people. He used the bully pulpit, and in poll after poll, they supported the president. And he finally prevailed up here by, I think, 1 or 2 votes. And I remember testifying before the Foreign Relations Committee. There wasn't even a Republican in the room, which appalled me. And the only ones that were really there were those that opposed what the president was doing. I ask you to relook at that testimony. I think I was right in what I said. But be that as it may, presidents have to lead. I happen to think the legislature in America today is somewhat out of hand. It's out of hand because it's got too many staffers, up from 1,100 to 20-some thousand today, too many subcommittees and committees. And I would wish that every cut you impose on the Pentagon, you would impose a comparable cut on your own staffs and your own committees by percentage here on the Hill. Now, can I answer the question? Had Nixon gone to the people at that time and said, hey, these are the facts. I know he did it on occasion after occasion, and he'd get the support, and then it would go down. And by the time of January, after the Christmas bombing, and that was before Watergate really became an issue, it would be a very tight call. And most of his advisors said you couldn't do it. Most of them said that. They were all for the termination of the bombing. I was the only one by the president who said, keep it up until they impeach you. Call their number. And I also gave the same advice to President Jerry Ford. Come up here in '75 when those accords were violated in ways that no one could question. And I said, go up to the Hill and tell them you're going to bomb Hanoi and start it all over again, or you're going to lose Vietnam. He felt that he couldn't get the support on the Hill. He had a very good feel for the attitudes up here. He was a product of this body. I think, had he done it, he would have had a second term. That's the difference between a leader and a follower. I don't mean to suggest that he is a follower. He was a very fine president. But on that one, I think maybe he may have better judgment than I do.
Mr. Secretary, I don't know where all this staff money is going, because I've been losing staff the last few years. But anyway.
God, I'm glad to hear that.
Let me read the following to you. And assume, in fact, you were on, I guess, Dr. Kissinger's staff on this particular date. This is May 10, 1972.
Yes.
On May 10, 1972, Commander Henry L. Blackburn, Jr. and his radar intercept operator, Lieutenant Rudolph, were the lead F-4J in a flight of 2 aircraft on a combat patrol over Haidiong Province. Their aircraft was reported by their wingman as having been hit by hostile anti-aircraft fire, and both crewmen ejected with 2 good shoots seen. A 5 to 10 second beeper was heard, but no search and rescue was possible. Both airmen were declared missing in action. U.S. intelligence later received a report from a Vietnam People's Army POW describing the sighting of 2 American pilots in Hai Huong District, which was possibly correlated to a sighting of this crew. Lieutenant Rudloff was captured alive and returned during Operation Homecoming. He described himself and Commander Blackburn on the commander's order, and Lieutenant Rudloff was blinded by an explosion near their aircraft and never saw Commander Blackburn either in his parachute or on the ground. After capture, he was taken to Haidiong City and imprisoned in a military installation. He heard someone brought into an adjacent room, heard mumbled voices, and then a slapping sound. He believed it highly likely that Commander Blackburn was the person brought into the room next to his. In August of '72, Lieutenant Rudloff was told by a guard that Commander Blackburn had been captured alive, but later committed suicide. Lieutenant Rudloff did not believe this. One returning POW stated he saw Commander Blackburn's name carved into a windowsill at a prison for U.S. POWs. This time frame compares favorably with the time Commander Blackburn was captured. Another returning POW believed he saw Commander Blackburn's name written on a prison wall, but he knew no one who ever actually saw or heard specific information he was seen alive. He was declared dead, body not recovered, in March 1980. So in 1972, you're sitting there with this information about this man. In 1973, you have a peace treaty. But you don't find out anything about this guy. He doesn't come home. You're left with information where his co-pilot says, I think he was being slapped around in the cell next to me. They told me they captured him. They said he died. I don't know. Now, that's what we were supposed to get a full accounting of, correct?
Yeah, I would think so.
I
would think so.
I mean, that's the center of what we're here for, is it not?
Oh, I can't answer that question. You'll have to answer that, Senator.
Well, I will answer it and say, yes, it is, to find out what happened
Good,
to
I'll
people
read your
like...
press releases with more intensity than heretofore.
So my question to you is, in 1973, if you're faced with information about this person, do you not have a responsibility to the families, to the nation, and most of all to Harry Blackburn to find out from the Vietnamese what happened to him at that point in time, in 1973?
Yeah, I would think so.
The issue before this committee is, why did that not happen? Why did we not raise a ruckus about it?
Well, I don't think it was ever brought to my attention, and I'm below Mr. Kissinger, although I wasn't negotiating.
Well, Mr. Kissinger knew about these cases.
Oh, did he?
He apparently took these cases to the Vietnamese.
Well, good. Then he did what I hoped he would have done.
I beg your pardon?
Well, then he did what I hoped he would have done.
Well, there was never any follow-up, Mr. Secretary. That's the issue. It just sort of was dropped. The President said all our POWs are home. We have families saying, no, they're not.
Again, I think I get a little disturbed about this POWs, all dead or all home. Remember, there was there's a semantic problem here. There are a number of people who were MIAs, and I think, if my memory, I haven't checked it, but if my memory is correct, that every time he talked about POWs, he also cited the unsatisfactory information we had on MIAs.
That's not accurate, sir.
Well,
in his speech to the nation in March, he did not. But he referred only to POWs. Now, I want to be certain that you understand. I'm not arguing with you about the need to be very careful here. I've been arguing that for months. We indeed need to be very careful.
Yeah.
I am convinced that among this body of cases where we don't have answers, there's a sufficient amount of evidence to raise very serious doubts about the survivability of a particular individual. So even though they may appear on a list of question marks, a rational, reasonable person looking at it would have very serious doubts whether they survived. I acknowledge that, and so will the committee. But there is also a group of people about whom it's very hard to have those kinds of doubts. I mean, the family member of one of them is sitting right here in this hall now, a fellow who was lost in Laos. And the evidence that he landed, that he was safe, that he was alive, is so solid that the only question is, what happened to him?
Well, I think some of your witnesses
cases
have suggested what probably happened to him.
But a suggestion is not a full and thorough accounting, is it?
Well, I hope you're not suggesting that one of the witnesses you've brought in here is going to be able to tell you that.
You really don't like being here, do you?
No, I don't like the purpose of this hearing. I made that clear at the beginning. I'm very, very squeamish about it. And I'll tell you why, because I don't believe I ever would have tolerated for 30 seconds anyone that would have willfully and consciously permitted one of our young people to stay incarcerated one moment longer than they had to. And, you know, when you put that against the backdrop of the kinds of restraints that the President was facing, I just have a hard time understanding what we are really going to derive from this taxpayer-funded effort. I may prove to be wrong, and I hope I am, and I'll be the first to apologize.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I don't want to have an apology from you. You've had a distinguished career. Well, that's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for is help to understand this. You know, none of us are comfortable with the notion that 20 years later we have to be here to have to ask these questions. But we're here because every single building in America flies a flag reminding us of our obligation, because families have persisted against great odds to keep this alive, because individuals have persisted to say, I don't have an answer. And I might say to you that if I were one of those service people who had been alive at some point in time, or was even today, I would want to know that people were in fact trying to find the answer. And so we're keeping faith with people in uniform. You, above all, should understand that.
No, I don't think
You don't believe we're doing
here, with the feeling that that you are trying to be counterproductive necessarily. I do think that some of the public releases that have
Mr. Secretary,
been attributed to the staff
Mr.
here
Secretary, you are learned enough and experienced enough to know how the press works. There are no releases from this committee. I was appalled by what I read in Time magazine. And Dr. Kissinger will find a committee that will ask tough questions, but not unfair ones, and there will be nothing in the tone or approach of this committee. There has been nothing today. In fact, you are the first witness to appear before this committee in the entire time this committee has existed, for almost a year now. You are the first witness to challenge this committee in the way that it has been challenged
you
today.
may hear it tomorrow.
Then we will hear it tomorrow if that is the case. But you are the first today.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because then I feel I'm a pioneer. Let me just suggest
Let
this.
me ask you
Nobody is questioning or impugning
Let me ask you
the
some more
motives of the committee.
specific questions, if I may, so the record can hopefully be a little more beneficial to the committee than it may be to this point. During your deposition, you indicated that you were involved sporadically over the period of the negotiations.
That's right.
Were you involved in the meetings that led up to the October 1972 agreements?
In October, yes.
What was your role in the negotiating process at that point in time?
I was alongside Dr. Kissinger at the negotiating table for almost all of the session.
At that point in time, do you feel you had a solid grasp of what our position was and how it was evolving?
Yes, in many respects. Probably not the POW question as it ultimately was resolved. My main focus and concern was the presence of North Vietnamese forces in the South and the associated solutions for Cambodia and Laos. But I did sit there and I heard the deliberations.
And is it your sense that the negotiations had traveled a route that we were less able or more able in October of 1972 to get what we were seeking than we would have been, say, 69, 70?
Yes.
Which? Less able or more able?
Far more able.
Far more able.
Right.
What are the ingredients that you think created that?
The first time in the conduct of the war that real power national power was applied against Hanoi, and an eroding situation vis-a-vis the uncertainties of China, and the détente dialogue with the Soviet Union, which was, I think, led everybody involved to believe that if we could get Moscow, in the interest of détente, to stop supporting the insurgency, that Hanoi would be more constrained than it had been heretofore.
So in point of fact, a critical turning point in really empowering our negotiation capacity, or at least movement, was Dr. Kissinger's visit to Moscow and his discussions with Brezhnev. Is that accurate?
No. I'd say that was our perception and possibly Hanoi's perception. Another thing that at that juncture might have influenced Hanoi was discussed earlier, and that is that they may have assumed by then that Nixon was going to be re-elected, and that they were always uncertain about him. He kept them in doubt, I think wisely, unpredictable. I think all of those things gave us a great, and we had the spring bombing and mining, you'll recall.
Correct.
All of these things, I think, garnered their attention in ways that heretofore had not been garnered, and certainly by the fall.
But the fact is that when Dr. Kissinger went to Moscow, he tabled at that time a major shift in our position. And our position up until then had been that they had to withdraw. There had to be a withdrawal from South Vietnam of North Vietnam's troops, but this was the first time in his meeting with Brezhnev that he suggested that, in fact, North Vietnamese troops would not be accountable with the exception of the 30 to 40,000 that came in the offensive in 1972. Fair enough? So that was a shift in our position. Is that correct?
Yes, and if you look at our position, it was constantly being driven to more and more concessions on our part as a result of the eroding popular base here at home, not as a result of the demeanor of the negotiating partner.
Now, did we ever demand, and I know you cared about this enormously, and I think you and Secretary Haig and perhaps some others were arguing in favor of a different approach on POW, but did we ever demand from them or take a position that sought a return of POWs prior to the end of the complete withdrawal, or some process of accountability ahead of time?
Well, that would have been my position beyond a shadow of a doubt, and I think it was Kissinger's position in the initial negotiations.
What changed that then? You say if we got stronger, and if we were in a better negotiating position in 72 than earlier, why did we go to a lesser
The ranges
demand?
of stronger. Stronger in the context of Hanoi vis-a-vis your question originally, 69, 70. Much stronger, because we had some credibility having dropped some ordnance on Hanoi.
Why would
and
we
having
not
closed off their supply route from Moscow.
Well, I accept that, but why would we not then have gone for the stronger position with respect to POW,
well,
which
because,
you say we wanted?
Because of the climate here at home, unquestionably, a growing, mounting opposition in the Congress with date certain proposals coming. I mean, there was hardly a day I went to the White House and we didn't have to defeat a resolution of that kind.
Well, are you suggesting that the Congress would have ratified leaving some prisoners behind?
Of course not.
Well, why were they never told that there might be some there?
Well, I think, you know, I have to leave this to Dr. Kissinger, but I think he came up here and testified repeatedly during the spring and outlined to the Congress in many instances the problems we were having.
No,
now,
sir.
I leave that to him, but that's my recollection.
Well, it's not our recollection. If it is, I don't have the record of it. Is there any
Well, I suggest you get his testimony from the period of the peace treaty until he left office.
The negotiating record shows, obviously, and this has been a point of some discussion today, that there was great difficulty in getting a formal written assurance about the return of prisoners from Laos and Cambodia. Was that formal agreement with respect to Laos and Cambodia, how did it fit in terms of the bottom line that we were seeking from Le Duc Do and the North Vietnamese?
Well, I think I'd make 2 points, both Laos and Cambodia. Of course, we were negotiating, and I'm speaking for Dr. Kissinger, and I think he can reinforce whatever I'm saying and make it far more detailed for you. But it was very clear that Hanoi, as a matter of public, a very strong position held by Hanoi was that they were not in Laos, and that Laos was a free and sovereign country, and if they were not in Cambodia, they were. But that was a position they took. So again, I would emphasize that Kissinger and the President were working against a timetable of unilateral withdrawal mandated by the Congress versus a negotiated settlement in which a reasonable chance could be preserved for Saigon to survive, to get our prisoners out, and to have some semblance of honor as a residue of our involvement and sacrifice.
That wasn't so painful, was it, those questions?
It's the most painful thing I've ever been through, and I've been through some painful things.
Well, let me just say, Mr. Secretary, that you obviously have great residual anger at the Congress and at the outcome of the war, and I don't blame you. There are a lot of people in the country who do. But I might just say to you that the process of withdrawal was a decision made by an awful lot of people on the basis of their policy decisions and recommended by a lot of generals and others who said this can't go on.
Senator, please.
In fact, Dr. Kissinger himself, prior to becoming National Security Advisor, knew we had to get out.
Do not let my contrived outrage this afternoon suggest to you for a moment that I believe that the Congress of the United States brought about the catastrophe that was our involvement in Southeast Asia.
I'm glad
I would say the same thing about the American press. I've heard military guys go around and say the press lost the war. Let me tell you, neither the Congress nor the press lost the war. Bad policy lost the war. Now, if I have any point of disagreement with either the press or the Congress, it is that the members, as a total group, never understood why it was bad policy. They drew all the wrong conclusions from a very unsuccessful set of policies, started in the Kennedy years and carried on with a vengeance in the Johnson administration.
Correct. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. It's an honest statement, and I think we all agree with that. And I only hearken to the fact that the withdrawal really was set and established in 1969 by our new president, who, and it occurred, incidentally, many years before the Congress started imposing restrictions. The restrictions came after the frustrations of the continuation. The other comment I make to you is Secretary Kissinger did not testify. He was National Security Advisor. He refused to because of executive privilege. He did not testify until I think it was July when he became Secretary of State. Senator Smith.
I don't think that's exactly accurate, but let me just, I'll come right to that in a second. I want to say I've kind of enjoyed the dialogue. I mean, I like you. I respect your politics, and I also respect your military prowess and what you would have done. You're not. How do you know? Yeah. You don't know. See, that's one of the great things about America.
I'm only teasing.
But I just want to respond to a couple of things. If bad policy lost the war, even worse policy may, if people were left behind, the policy is even worse. And I'm not suggesting that at all. And you know, each senator, you know, has to speak for his or herself on that. But let me just, in reference to what you said and about Secretary Kissinger, on September 7th, 1973, Kissinger, at confirmation hearings, ironically, for Secretary of State, was asked by Senator Church how many of the 1,300 MIAs have been accounted for to date. Now, bear in mind, this is after the Accords and long after the, you know, the peace with honor and everybody, all the POWs are home and everything. This is the kind of comments, these are the kind of comments that concern me in terms of just what the truth was. And let me just read it into the record. Kissinger said in response to that question, "I do not believe any of them have been accounted for adequately," referring to POWs. "It has been one of the unsatisfactory aspects of the implementation of the agreement. When I was in Hanoi in February, I brought some 80 files of individuals whom we had reason to believe had been captured or were in some prisoner group. The North Vietnamese told us they would make an immediate investigation. So far, we have not had any results of that, not in Laos. And actually, we have more reason for concern in Laos because the ratio of prisoners to those that we have reason to believe parachuted is smaller than it is in any other part of this area. But the answer to your question, Senator, unfortunately, is that we are extremely dissatisfied with the results of the implementation of that part of the agreement. And that is one of the reasons why we cannot proceed in certain other areas such as economic aid negotiation." Now, that's a very honest statement, I believe. But, you know, I think that if the intention here was to sign an agreement and hopefully get it implemented in terms of what may happen with the POWs, maybe it didn't work out. I mean, you know, armchair, you know, Monday morning quarterbacking is real easy. But that's not what that's not what I'm trying to do. I think what I'm trying to do is establish what did happen. And if in fact we know these things, it makes it easier for somebody, hopefully, it's not our responsibility to negotiate, it's the executive branch of government's responsibility to negotiate, to go back and try to find answers to what happened to these people. I mean, I think that's really the issue as I see it. I don't know if you're welcome to respond to that. If not, I just have one more.
I'll make an observation. I'm not, again, when I put my cautionary remarks at the outset of this hearing, what I was saying is avoid this. I didn't say you had done it. I think there's a very high risk that you might do it if you don't handle these hearings correctly and the subsequent reports that come out of it. You know, I've already commented on getting control of staffs who brief presses after sessions, which I'm not naive. I've lived in Washington for a number of years. That's the name of the game. But it's usually by some little guy who's trying to prove to a press guy he knows more than he's entitled to know. And he probably knows very little of anything. All I'm saying is, as a witness at this committee who knows something about Vietnam, I'm just saying I think it's important you avoid these pitfalls. I don't say you're guilty of them. I hope and pray to God you're not. And I think if you shed some light on a subject that is anguished the American people and above all the families, and you really do that, then by God, more power to you.
That was one of my staff just informed me, this may surprise you, General, that you had a dinner at his home in Manchester, New Hampshire in 1987 when you were running for president. So some of the staff you want to cut were supporting you, so I just want to point that out to you.
My God, save him. Take care of him. He's an endangered species.
I couldn't resist that. I want to jump to 1981 for a final question. And you were Secretary of State at the time in early months, this was the early months of the Reagan administration. You probably have read that there have been some comments in the press and some information has come to the attention of the committee about the accusations of an offer by the Vietnamese regarding prisoners. Do you know anything about that? Do you have any comment on that, any information that you would have? Did you hear any scuttlebutt about it?
You're talking about the
81, January, February, March.
An alleged meeting in the Oval Office.
Right.
Dick Allen testified to up here and then went home and checked his files and found out it wasn't 81, it was 85 when he was a private citizen. And that the people that he had met with were subsequently had a cloud on their credibility. That's all I know about it because I read it in the press. And I saw Mr. Allen's name associated with that, and I called him. I said, well, the hell, if you were at that meeting, I can tell you, son, I wasn't. I never heard of such an outrage. And, you know, my position on paying ransom is very well known for many, many years, especially in the Reagan administration, where I was absolutely, vehemently, and unalterably opposed to it. And I remain that way, and I never would have done it.
Well, I would, the comments that were made about, alleged comments about the meeting were that the President responded that he would not pay ransom, but that's not the issue. The issue was there an offer from the Vietnamese to the new administration?
Not to my knowledge, and the only guy who gave any veracity to that report, if my information is correct, was Dick Allen, and he's now corrected the record, and I think in writing to the committee. He told me he had.
Yes, he did recant what he said. He did indicate that.
That's all I know about it. But again, let me say, if I had heard that in 1981, I would again recommend we resume the bombing of Hanoi because they're holding prisoners in violation of our accords and take it to the American people and let the chips fall where they may. That would have been my position.
Senator Kerry, you want more time? What time do you have to leave, General? I know you're getting...
I got 6 o'clock. I have 10 minutes? 10 minutes, please.
Your time, Senator Kerry.
Mr. Secretary, again, to kind of review, I'm going to draw a bead on you one more time in a non-threatening fashion, I hope. I mean, we are trying to accomplish a number of objectives. The first one is to try to get as much information as possible to people that we can without violating national security interests. And I think the committee has done an awfully good job of that. An awful lot of that information will be analyzed by other people. We continue to process and move it into the non-secured fashion, which I think is terribly useful. And as I said earlier, had it been done earlier, although again hindsight's a lot easier to evaluate those things, had it been done earlier, I think it would have been an awful lot easier, first of all, for the families to rest easier, but I think as well for the American people to have the information upon which they might have supported Jerry Ford in 1975 or might have supported actions, stronger actions later as well. The second objective that we got that is one I'd like to talk to you about right now, which is we've narrowed the cases from 2,200 down to 135 or so where there's discrepancies, and General Vesey and his organization is working on that. What I'd like to do is talk to you a little bit about how you think the United States government ought to approach, and how we as representatives of the people ought to approach that problem. It seems to me that, as you might gather, it seems to me that the more information that we can drive into the public arena, the better off we're going to be, first of all. But the second part is the more difficult one. That is dealing with the government of Vietnam itself. I would make the observation, again, with hindsight, that when we stated our objectives to be in the 1970s, that we wanted to get our military out, and you in your chapter, I didn't read the whole chapter, but I managed to read the first 4 or 5 paragraphs of Steel and Mush. You state in that, at the beginning of that the President's objective in 1969 was to end the war and hope to be able to do it in a year. And it seems to me as a part of that, the desire was to get the American military out, get the American forces out of Vietnam. And the second objective stated by the President was to bring our POWs home. The third was to get a ceasefire. The fourth was self-determination of the South Vietnamese people. I don't represent that it was necessarily in that order, but it was stated often enough both in the negotiations and in the public arena that that was the order. That I think that the government of North Vietnam would have been right to reach the conclusion that our most important objective was to get our people out, and both those who were there fighting and those that were being held there as POWs, and that a second tier objective was to obtain a meaningful ceasefire and to get an opportunity for South Vietnam to govern itself. Indeed, as I understand, when you went to Saigon in the fall of 1972, one of the things that Tu objected to was that the agreement referenced 3 nations, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, instead of making it clear that the whole issue was to argue that there was a South Vietnam government as well as a North Vietnam government. Well, the concern that I've got right now, and it's a difficult one for all kinds of reasons, is that the more energy, notwithstanding the importance of the POW and missing issue, the more we make it clear to the current government of Vietnam that that's the most important thing that we have on our minds, it seems to me the possibility exists the less likely we'll accomplish the objectives. It seems to me that it might be a better policy and approach for us to take to say that our principal concern is making sure that self-determination is accomplished. We're concerned still about the political freedom of the people of Vietnam, which you deny them. That it would be smarter for us in the interest of trying to get an accounting of our missing, which is still not there. It would be smarter for us in the interest to get a full accounting to say that you may be able to get away with lying to your own people about providing them freedom, but we clearly say from our vantage that you've not given your people freedom. Thus, our interest is the political freedom of the people of Vietnam. We believe that it's more likely that we are going to get an accounting of our people when you are accountable to your own. It is you might be able to tell from my own presentation to you, it's my belief that it would be sounder for us to take that approach, and I was curious as to how you would advise this committee, as well as the rest of the Congress and the President himself, how we should move now to try to narrow these 135 discrepancies and relieve the anxiety that the current families have about their loved ones.
Well, I don't want to give you a bureaucratic answer, But we have a very distinguished American who's actively involved, full-time almost, on this subject. We have a team, and I'm talking about Jack Vesey and his people, who've been repeatedly to Hanoi, that in my discussions with Jack, and I see him almost quarterly, I'm very keenly interested in this subject. He suggested greater and greater cooperation to include people on the ground now that are looking at crash sites, etc. I don't think he's still satisfied, but I think that pressure has got to be continued. And in that sense, this committee can be helpful on that. We're not satisfied that Hanoi has answered all the questions. With respect to self-determination, I wouldn't want to say it was a subsidiary aspect of our objectives in Vietnam. It was, it belonged into the first tier of objectives, along with, above all, convincing the Soviet Union they couldn't take over the world by proxies. That was the real issue in Vietnam, and that's why I so strenuously supported our effort, although not the way we did it. I said to President Johnson's people, as a young lieutenant colonel working for Bob McNamara, you are not going to get this thing solved the way you're going about it. It's a disaster. And I said you have to decide if you want to get into a war, get into it to win, or stay out of it. Don't get into it. Now, can we decide how the people of Vietnam are going to shape their futures? My answer to that is be very leery, Senator. It doesn't mean that as a long-term objective that doesn't stay very, very important to us. And it is important to us. But let me tell you, the good news is that since Moscow collapsed, Hanoi is a different country. They want not our values, they don't understand our values, and that's what self-determination and democracy is all about. They want our system. Free markets, free enterprise. They want to get a piece of the action, the money. And there's step one, which will ultimately lead to step two, but right now we ain't there yet. And I think I would prefer to go for step one initially, to go for a responsible response on where our POWs are and a full accounting of these remaining cases. And above all, are they cooperating in Kampuchea, where we know they've been, sporadically cooperating? This is a very important issue because it involves China and the whole region. So my answer is I wouldn't make this the centerpiece of what we're doing, although I share your concern for the importance of that as the centerpiece. Question is, how do you get there?
Well, let me ask it a different way then. I mean, it seems to me that one could have reached the conclusion. Again, I factor in hindsight. It was not my conclusion. I mean, I wasn't paying much attention to it in 1972. I put Vietnam, with all respect, in the outbox after I came home. But it seems to me that it is fair to wonder why we didn't regard North Vietnam as essentially a group of terrorists in the way that they were handling our prisoners. They didn't regard the men that they held as prisoners. They regarded them as political criminals. They regarded them as war criminals. They were not providing them with any humanitarian treatment that met the Geneva Accords. They would not let the International Committee of the Red Cross come. It seems to me that the same approach that we use towards hostages would have been a more appropriate approach towards then, and it may be the better approach now. I mean, why? I mean, if you follow what I'm saying, I mean, why would you assume that we'd be able to get into a negotiation dealing with the POWs and MIAs with a nation that was treating our prisoners as if they were war criminals?
Well, this you could debate forever, Senator. I give you my own opinion, and that is that they want what we have today for the first time in recent history, and that's because of the systemic collapse of Marxist-Leninism. not because democracy has won over totalitarianism. If we convince, we're running around beating our breasts saying that. Let me tell you, that's not true. That struggle is still going on. And if we fail there, and I'm talking about education and values here at home and law and order, if we fail there, you're going to lose all these people anyway, because they're going to take some other method of governing themselves. But it's like China. I think Bush has been right on China, President Bush. Not because I admire what they do, but because I think it's far better to not drive them into angry isolation, to recognize that systemic changes are occurring which will ultimately lead to what we all hope for, greater representation of the people in government. Somebody said to me, what's going to happen? I said, I think they're going to be Taiwanized and Hong Kong. And if you go to southern China, you see that. Now, you know, in town here, I feel like I'm living in a dream world when I hear these guys that want to get out there, cut off most favored nation, bang them on the... Listen, these people are not going to respond to us, and if they ever would, they did it in Tokyo when I was a young officer because we beat their socks off. They had no alternative. And thank God they adapted what we recommended. So what I'm saying is you haven't got that kind of leverage in Hanoi, and I would far rather they get our prisoners accounted for, they continue to cooperate in Kampuchea, start in small ways to get American businessmen in there, entrepreneurs, do the job. I'm not ready to say we're ready there to go like that. One of your witnesses earlier did. Old Dick Walters, my friend, said no, and I agree with Dick for the moment. But we're getting very close to the point where we should normalize. If they do what's right. And you can help that on this POW issue, I believe.
Thank you very much, Senator Kerry. Let me just clarify for the record, when I spoke earlier regarding the President's speech that I referred to on the MIA issue, the President mentioned the MIA issue in conjunction with a number of issues that were not meeting with full compliance. But what I'm suggesting is he didn't sort of personalize and raise the issue of noncompliance on POWs with the notion that we believed there were people that could be accounted for who weren't being accounted for. There was just sort of this general sense of, well, MIAs is not being accounted for, which is distinct from the notion that you believe you have prisoners that were held and they are not returned. And I think the Americans would have reacted, obviously, very differently to the latter than the former. Secondly, his broader comment was not, we've gotten back all the prisoners that they've given us a list of. It was that all the prisoners have come home. So there was a real distinction between what we knew or thought we knew about prisoners versus MIA generically. And that is, I think, something that lingered. So anyway, Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry that this has been such an agonizing experience, but I really do appreciate your being here. The committee is very grateful to you for the time. I think it has been helpful, notwithstanding.
Let me emphasize one thing, Senator. I am here voluntarily. I didn't come kicking and screaming. I think I could make a contribution, and I wanted to be sure the record reflected my reservations about the direction of this committee from this day forward.
Everybody has the right to have their point of view, and we take your reservations into account. And I promise you that every member of this committee is going to sit and think seriously about everything every witness has said.
And I hope my last advice is that you do read what I brought here for you. And I will call at the end of next week for an examination of the members.
Well, if we have enough staff to help us with it, we'll get it done. We stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.